Good evening. Welcome to the March 8th, 2022 meeting of the Central Unified School Board. Calling the meeting to order at 6:05. Attendance. Mr. Singh will be attending us via Zoom. Mr. Singh, are you there?
I am here.
Thank you very much, sir. All other board members are in attendance. Adopt the agenda or entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
I move to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Carrillo and a second by Mr. Cervantes. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes? Yes. Trustee Chan?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on to communications from the public, closed session.
President Solis, would you like me to set 30 seconds?
Yes, please.
Thirty seconds have passed, and we have no comments by phone at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now adjourn the meeting to closed session. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Oh, what? Is this on? Here, let me. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
No, mine's out too.
Hello, everyone. Attention. Board is still in closed session. They've been delayed, so please stand by, and they'll be out momentarily. Thank you.
All right, I'll call the meeting to order. We're reconvening from a closed session. Ms. Davis, do you want to report out from closed session?
Yes, on item E3, with a motion by trustee Carrillo, second by trustee Brooks, vote passed 7-0. And then on E4, a motion by trustee Carrillo, second by trustee Mailing, a vote of 7-0, both done by roll call, each passed.
Thank you. Item G, the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Paul?
Please stand. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Presentation and reports. H1, school activities.
Good evening, my name is Emmy Monroe, and I am the ASB president at Central High East Campus. This evening, I will be updating you on current events going on around our campus. Both girls and boys basketball made it to state playoffs, and the girls are still in the running. Last week, we had our unified basketball senior night. Winter formal was February 5th, and that was a huge success. Battle Week went accordingly with our Kings and Queens theme. The rally was fun, and the students enjoyed it through much participation. Chicken Week is also in the process of being planned, the theme, dress-up days, and more to come. State Wrestling Champion was currently won by Paige Morales. We are now wrapping up our winter sports and moving into our spring sports. That concludes all my current updates. Thank you.
Moving to item 2, student recognition. Ms. Davis?
Thank you. It is my pleasure to ask Area Administrator Garrett to come up. And Mr. Barber, you have done an outstanding job starting and leading the academic decathlon. We're excited to have your students here and celebrate them at this time. Tell us a little of the details, please.
Yep, there it is. It is on. There it goes. Good evening, President Salas, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent Davis. The academic decathlon consists of 10 activities that are a contest of academic strength in categories that include economics, fine arts, music, language and literature, mathematics, science, social science. Also included is a speech and interview section and subject tests, which are written objective exams. The super quiz is the culminating event and the only portion of the competition that is held before an audience. This year's theme was water, a most essential resource. I am proud to introduce the team from Pershing Continuation High School. They performed exceptionally in representing Pershing and Central Unified in this year's competition in Division III. I'd like to, even though all members were unable to attend with us this evening, I'd like to introduce the team in its entirety, and the members that were able to be here tonight are joining us to my left. I'd like to introduce our coach, John Barber, and principal, Jill Young. Team members, Ariel Hubler, Amaya Huff, Nicole Rodriguez, Antonio Skinner, who was recognized with a bronze medal in an individual social science category, Janiyah Jones, who received a bronze medal in the individual music category, Joseph Castro, that received a silver medal in the individual essay category, and Robert Jones, who received both a bronze medal in interview and a silver medal in economics. Also very proud to be able to say that our overall team score did outperform teams in Division I and Division II as well. So super excited. Congratulations. Please come on up.
Continuing with our accolades and recognitions, I'd like to congratulate Justin Garza High School's trip to Florida, where the cheerleaders, the cheer team, brought home a national championship. I'd like to please welcome to the mic the athletic director, Hovig Tarigian, to share more about their experience and to further congratulate all of our coaches and cheer squad as well. Congratulations. Go ahead, Hovig.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hovig Tarigian, Athletic Director for Justin Garza High School. On behalf of Principal Ezekiel Gutierrez and myself, we would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here to recognize our 2021-22 Justin Garza High School competition cheer team. On February 13th, the team was crowned national champions at the prestigious 2022 National High School Cheerleading Championship at the ESPN Worldwide of Sports in Orlando, Florida. This year's competition included over 1,500 high schools from across the nation. We would like to honor and recognize the team, the cheer coaches, for the national title and also for their dedication and countless hours of work to craft the skills that led them to this prestigious accomplishment. We would also like to thank the parents for their support during this inaugural season. Board, I present to you your 2022 national champion, Justin Garza High School competition cheer team. Thank you.
Can we give another round of applause for the parents that have supported these students in their activities?
Last but not least, we do have one more student for recognition. I'd like to bring up to the microphone Athletic Director Rayshawn Hightower to provide formal congratulations to our state champion wrestler, Paige Morales, and Coach Victor Braceda. Please welcome to the mic. Thank you so much.
Led by head coach Victor Braceda. This is this young lady's second time being here. She's absolutely amazing. This is our second state champion in Central High School history, our first ever female state champion. In addition, she was voted the Champions Award for all the female state champions at the competition. This is a testament to her character, work ethic, and her integrity. She's also a definition of grit and toughness, and she wrestled all year on a hurt shoulder. She won the state championship, and then that next Wednesday got surgery. So she's very, very special to us. We are so proud of her and what Coach Braceda has done with the girls program. So ladies and gentlemen, 106-pound CIF state champion, Paige Morales.
Moving on to item 3, Employees Association highlights. Mrs. Martinez from CUDA.
Welcome back. Oh, wait, that's me. Good evening, board members and superintendents. Happy to be here tonight with you. To begin, huge congratulations to all of our incredible students that just left. Pershing Academic Decathlon students, our Justin Garza High School National Cheer Champions, and Central High East CIF State Wrestling Championship, Paige Morales. As today is International Women's Day, it seems quite fitting to be honoring our first girls wrestling national champion. Melanie Harley, a West Campus educator, had this to say about Paige Morales. Paige is an amazing human being. Her dedication to academics and athletics has been inspiring. I've known her since 6th grade. I taught her 6th through 8th grade English. And even when she would experience academic struggles, she always worked through it, even if it meant putting in extra time. She would come into my room to work during lunch. This dedication and perseverance is obvious in her wrestling, as she is now the first female champion. Central is lucky to have her. Yes. And it should also be noted that Paige also medaled in the Junior Olympics in Budapest, pre-COVID. As we move on, the following positives were shared out during our site rep meeting yesterday. HB positives. Read Across America is full swing. They had fun recess activities and guest readers, Young Authors Fair, and of course, sports. Steinbeck, Dr. Seuss Spectacular was going on. Athletes as readers, Young Authors Fair, Black History Month, and talent show and sports. River Bluff Positives, Dr. Seuss, guest readers. They had Arjun Bath, who's a self-published 18-year-old author, and this week they were having Kopi. And we had some more national champions. The River Bluff cheer team took first at nationals. Teague, fun dress-up days, guest readers, athletes as readers, and the girls' basketball team were champions. In other news, I wanted to highlight the Read Across America maps that were created by 3 of our library techs. Every year, the National Education Association holds Read Across America, and this year's theme is Celebrating a Nation of Diverse Readers. And what these ladies created was absolutely amazing. I'm going to send those to you, but they were on Central's website. The elementary map and book list was created by Janet Sozman at Houghton Kearney. She included a book list state by state. The middle school map and book list was created by Marin Curry at Glacier Point, and the high school map and book list was created by Ellen Salazar at East Campus. I really cannot do it justice. You have to go into the maps and click on each one, and they're spectacular. Last but not least, we surveyed our members regarding the mask mandate for schools that is being adjusted from masks being required on school campuses to masks being recommended after March 11th, 2022. The following question was asked of our members. The school district is surveying the community about the changes to the mask mandate. If the majority of Central Unified parents indicate they support dropping the mask requirement and allowing individuals to choose whether to wear a mask or not, do you think Central Unified Teachers Association should organize its members in order to fight to maintain a mask requirement after March 11th? The answer, 80% of our members said no to fighting to maintain a mask requirement after March 11th. I just thought it was very important for you guys to hear that, seeing that that is on the agenda tonight. So, as always, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you.
CSEA will not be making a statement today. Moving on to item I, Superintendent/Board Communications. Ms. Davis?
Thank you. I'd first like to just take a moment to mention that 2 years ago, almost to this day, we were facing something that we'd really never faced before in education. And I want to thank each of you on the board. I want to thank each member of cabinet and our administrators and staff that are in the room. We figured it out. We've done a lot of great work together over that time. We've learned a lot through the process. I'm really glad to be seeing the progress we're making, a healthier community and some choices coming our way. And it's fantastic when we see students come up and be celebrated for activities that keep them connected and engaged in schools. And I'm glad to be seeing more of that happening. So been a long 2 years, but thank you for everyone's hard efforts to that end. A few things that are coming up that I'd like to transition to. One, you may be aware, we are recruiting right now our youngest learners to join our school district. It's transitional kindergarten and kindergarten registration, and preschool registration starts next week. And so if you are aware of families or neighbors that are looking to get their kids registered, now is the time for us. Parent conferences started today at middle school, so it's an opportunity in the spring for parents at middle school to make contact with teachers, check in on how their students are doing, and find out things that they can do to help their students through the spring. Elementary conferences are being held the week of the 21st through the 25th, so the end of this month. The option for in-person or online conferences is available for families as is appropriate for them. We're also gearing up for summer school. It seems kind of odd. We had a few warm days and we're already talking about summer, but Area Administrator Garrett is busy at work with teams getting summer school scheduled. You may have seen the opportunities that are available, and one that's very important for our high school students is that registration opens next week on the 14th for those that want to do original credit and or making up coursework that they need to make up. You may have noticed behind us, we have a really good set. Tomorrow, Justin Garza opens its musical In the Heights. It will begin at 7:30 p.m. and tickets are on sale at the, at the gate, at the door. It's going to run March 9th through 12th and then also March 16th through 19th. And last but not least, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention today is International Women's Day. I want to take a moment to recognize both Trustee Brooks and also Trustee Carrillo. I think you're a great example to our youth in servant leadership and appreciate what you all do, but especially today, the two of you.
Can we have a round of applause? Any comments or communications from the board? Hearing none, moving to item J, communications from the public. Ms. Brooks, do we have somebody in the auditorium?
Yes, we have one. Is it Mr. or Miss Dixon? Sorry, I can't pronounce your first name.
Before I start, I just want to confirm I have 3 minutes, right? Okay, the agenda says I have 3 minutes. So I would like to have my 3 minutes, if that's okay. Sure. Is that okay? I wasn't sure if it was okay. Okay, I would just ask that I have my 3 minutes, if that's okay.
I'm being told it's at the discretion of the board, but we'll go ahead and give you the 3.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Good evening, President Solis, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a Central parent and a longtime Central community member for over 20 years. We have 6 children that have either attended Central Unified or currently attend Central Unified. Approximately 1 month ago, 3 sibling students transferred into Rio Vista from another Central school where my daughter goes to school. She is an 8th grader. Over a 3-week period, these students verbally and physically bullied my daughter and Rio Vista staff was fully aware of the situation. On February 25th, my daughter was physically assaulted by one of these individuals, which resulted in a hospital visit and a traumatic brain injury. I'm providing a video recording of the assault for your record, which took place at the start of lunch in the quad area in direct view of Rio Vista's main office. Although several students were present, not one staff member can be seen. My daughter was assaulted for approximately 1 minute. During that minute, my daughter was struck 25 times in the head, both with a fist and being kicked. During that minute, also, there was no staff members visible. When someone was finally visible, there was absolutely no urgency for her to reach my daughter to help her. In fact, it took her approximately 20 seconds from the time I seen her on video to reach my daughter. In addition, this video was recorded by one of these 3 students involved in a series of bullying events. Not only did she assist in orchestrating the assault, but she recorded it and then proceeded to cyberbully my daughter by sharing the video and photos with several students and across social media platforms. Although Rio Vista administration showed compassion and did what they could to care for my daughter after the assault, which I'm super thankful for, they are great, this could have been prevented before this happened. It is clear there was a lack of accountability for these students over the 3-week period. My daughter was bullied, and administration was fully aware of the verbal bullying and threats. They were aware of these students. They threw these apples at my daughter previously and even assured me that these students would be kept away from my daughter. This obviously did not happen, and in speaking to other parents, this is not an isolated event with these individuals. Additionally, after many years, Central removed school resource officers from middle schools, and on the day of the assault, there was no officer on campus to intervene, interview, and immediately hold the aggressor accountable. In fact, Fresno PD did not show up to my home until Saturday morning. Due to the evidence being on campus, the initial report was flawed. It took Rio Vista's former school resource officer, Sheila Chandler, to intervene and provide additional information to the initial officer. It wasn't until Tuesday, March 1st, that Fresno PD returned to the school site to take a second report, and crime scene technicians came out to take photos and gather evidence. By this time, 3 full days have passed. Why is this information important? Because it's clear there's a lack of accountability for the students that bullied my daughter. In addition, there were no staff present during the assault, and it's evident there's a lack of resources on Rio Vista's campus. Staff knew there were concerns with these students, and why was there no urgency demonstrated by the staff member that approached the assault? What would she have done if it was her child she saw being beaten? There was no school resource officer on campus. Had an officer been on campus, this would not have happened. It would happen very differently, and most certainly the aggressor would have been arrested on February 25th. This is closing and thanking you all. In addition, to exacerbate our concern, 2 of the students involved in the incidents remain on campus today, even with an extensive behavioral record, some of which include violence. At this time, I don't feel my student or any other student are safe on campus, and now we have to fear there will be some additional retaliation because law enforcement is involved. Our children are entitled to learn in a safe environment, so my question to your board is, how will you ensure the safety of not only my child, but all children on campus? Hold students accountable for their actions, provide additional resources, and most obvious, please bring back school resource officers to middle school campuses. As a parent and community member, I demand that the district take action. I know your board is committed to the safety of all children. It was clearly evident during the pandemic, throughout the entire pandemic, that you all care for our students. Ensuring this happens would align with guiding principles of Central Unified School District and are currently listed under Central's School Safety Plan procedures. I appreciate your time and the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any calls holding online?
Yes, we have one. We have Portia Chapman. They're a parent, and they're being sent over. How much time is being provided for public comment?
3.
Got it. Hi, Portia. You're on with the board. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Please turn down your listening device. That way we don't get any feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Right. Good evening and thank you for your time. I myself am a mother of 5 children that all are Central Unified students. In addition, I am a member of the 2004 graduating class of Central. My concern is going to piggyback off of the last comment. My daughter as well has been bullied cyberly as well as in person on multiple occasions at Rio Vista Middle School. The major concern is that these students who are doing this bullying have come from an alternate school where they were previously kicked out for violence as well as threats. These students apparently came over, and I'm unsure if they were admitted under any kind of behavioral contract, but they have come over to Rio Vista Middle School and started the same exact issues. My son is in the graduating class for Central for this year. He previously attended Rio Vista, and I've never had issues like this prior. On multiple occasions, my daughter has been approached by 4 girls all together in a very threatening manner, the same as it was for the prior individual. They're coming up to my daughter, claiming that they will be finding her, jumping her, watch her back, and everything else in between. I have talked to administrators on multiple occasions. I was also told after the violent incident that happened with the prior person happened that the girls were no longer on campus. Come to find out this was a lie. I sent my daughter back to school. She then saw the girls inside of detention. She was given another threat, and for me personally, I just don't feel like it's safe for her to attend school. To have my daughter come into my room crying because she is afraid that 4 girls are going to come up and fulfill the threats that they were making to her on a regular basis is heartbreaking as a parent, and I'm sure it's probably heartbreaking for you to hear as well. I know that there are administrators on campus. However, not having any form of PD on site at all, the administrators there are just not able to handle the situation. So I am asking, the same as it was done in other districts, that you guys consider bringing back the individuals that will protect our students, which would be the police officers that were previously manning the campuses. Please also note that Rio Vista Middle School is having at least one fight almost every single day on their campus. It's not safe for the students, and it's really not fair for them not to feel secure to come to school on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other calls holding?
Yes. Next, we have Deja Darkle, former student. Hi, Deja. You're on with the board. You have 3 minutes to address them. Make sure to please turn down your listening device. That way we don't get any feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Central Board of Trustees. My name is Deja Darkile. I'm a former Central Unified student and a new parent and a longtime member of the Central community. I'm here today to express my concerns and my disappointment with how the situation was handled with my sister at Rio Vista Middle School. On Friday, February 25th, I was notified by Rio Vista parents that an assault involving my sister occurred on campus and was being shared across social media platforms by several students. After reaching out to my parents and learning what happened over the 3 weeks leading up to the assault, I was disgusted. I began to review and report videos and photos and social media so they could be removed. Throughout this process, I discovered over 20 different social media accounts created to specifically bully Rio Vista students. In reviewing several videos of the assault, it was concerning that there were no staff around. The time that it took for the staff members to walk up to the assault was extensive, and you can see several students around when the aggressor got ready for the assault, pulling her hair into a ponytail. A few students even talked about holding her backpack. They pointed at my sister out. And attacked her from behind and continued to assault her. This video I'm talking about was over a minute long. During that minute, my sister was struck over 20 times before Rio Vista staff approached her to even intervene. I was equally disgusted by the number of students who stood around to not help her or call assistance, but rather they took out their phones and started to record the assault. Their faces are all clear in the videos, and they all should be held accountable. I'm bringing this to your board and public attention because not only parents should be more aware of what their children are doing on social media, but when these accounts and videos are being reported to the school site, individuals should be held accountable. When I attended Rio Vista, we had a school resource officer on site every single day. In my experience, their presence, was always welcome. Their officers were always very friendly and acted more as a mentor in building relationships with us as students. They were never there to intimidate or scare anyone. They gave students a sense of security, and we actually felt safe. They were able to step in from time to time and teach us conflict resolution the right way. This is what I liked about them being on campus. After the assault, I learned that this year's school resource officer was actually removed from the middle school. I believe these officers need to be present. They are very necessary. The whole incident with my sister could have been avoided if, one, the bullying incident leading up to the assaults were properly handled, and two, if there were more staff available to monitor these bullies and address what had been occurring over the last 3 weeks leading up to the assault, and three, if there were more staff present, especially in the quad area during the lunchtime, and four, if there was school resource officers on campus. I'm coming to you, your board, as a concerned parent and a central community member, and I demand my concerns and these issues are addressed. All students are entitled to attend campuses that are safe, secure, and peaceful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other calls holding?
We have no other comments by phone at this time.
All right, I'll be closing closed session, public comments. Moving on to item K, consent agenda. Are there any board members that wish to pull an item?
President Solis, I'd like to pull item 4 just for some comments.
All righty. With the exception of item 4, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Creel and a second by?
Second.
Mr. Paul. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Aye.
Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All righty. Now we're opening up item 4. Ms. Creel?
Thank you. I just wanted to pull the item to really thank administration for the revisions that they are proposing and for the feedback that we received from students and staff in our community as well. I think we're making significant progress, and I really appreciate that we've been forward-thinking and changing some of the language. But I also want to acknowledge that I think there's still room for improvement, and so I would like to request that when this item returns to the board next year, that we have specific conversations with students and that we encourage them and provide them the opportunity to provide proposed language revisions. I know we get feedback, but I would really be interested in seeing what revisions they would make. Some of the concerns, just to highlight, that I still have would be why we continue not to allow flannel pajamas or what the thought process behind that is, and then the discussion around how we decide how short is too short for shorts, particularly when we're talking about our females or our students who identify as females are wearing those shorts, and then ensuring that when we are enforcing our policy that it's equally being applied to any sport uniforms. So again, I really just wanted to highlight those things and just encourage and request that we specifically have conversations with students, asking them to review any language and to bring it for consideration for the board.
Yes, and as we prepare next year and go through the review process, we will take the opportunity to look at ways that we can grow the student involvement. They are currently asked to provide feedback, but there's always opportunities to increase their involvement and the setting in which they can participate, and we will do so.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on item 4? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve item 4.
I'll move to approve.
Ms. Carrillo made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cervantes. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes? Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Can you call the next item, Mr. Lopez?
Next item on the agenda is action items. L1, student discipline cases. Acting Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. Regarding student discipline case 21-22-13, what are the wishes of the board?
Entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve the recommendation.
Pardon?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Brooks. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Aye.
Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is L2, discuss and approve COVID-19 guidelines. Acting Superintendent Davis, Mr. Collegian, Mr. McLean.
Thank you. This item has been prepared this evening to provide an update from our governor's most recent SAFER plan that was announced, as well as what the CDC, CDPH, and Cal OSHA have recently released with regard to health and safety guidance, specifically related to the use of face masks. Fresno County has aligned to the governor's safety plan, and as you may be aware, on February 28th, I made an agreement to change the mask mandate and released that new guidance that after March 11th, which is this Friday, so beginning Saturday, universal masking requirements in K-12 will no longer be required and will be instead strongly recommended, so a choice for our families. This is due to significant improvement in public health and reduction in hospitalizations. For the past 2 years, we have aligned our practices with the health department and provided our community choices for safety measures that meet their family needs and choices. So as such, we are preparing for and recommending, following your discussion, that we comply with the community health order and therefore lift the mask mandate beginning Saturday, March 12th, and still continue the health and safety practices that we think will help our community. Those being the having of availability of masks on campuses and buses to continue throughout this year, hand sanitizing stations, reminders of screening daily, that when students are not feeling well or staff not feeling well, that they stay home and address the symptoms, and then also continuing to offer vaccine clinics. Now I'll pass to you, sir.
In addition, the survey conducted with our community, we had a total of 1,877 responses. The question specifically asked whether that the state has changed the masking policy in schools and that masks are no longer required, but they are strongly recommended. 1,251, 67% of responders did agree with that statement. In addition, we did meet and confer with both of our labor partners, CSBA and CUTA, and equally got the support from both labor partners as well, that the update to the health state order regarding the lifting of masking requirement and making it a strong recommendation be the recommendation moving forward.
Yeah, I'll just add that we will continue to supply masks to students and staff as they are requested for those that need them, and continue with our washing stations and our hand sanitizing stations at each of the school sites.
So we do recommend that we continue to comply with the guidance, but wanted to make sure we could answer any questions that may be there or take any direction that is important to be handled between now and in the following weeks. We'd like to use the time starting tomorrow and up through even next week to include communication out to our community to understand the adjustment and the choice to comply with this new guidance.
Comments or questions from the board? Ms. Creel.
I'm concerned, and I understand that this is a recommendation, but our district as a whole, at least in the last 2 weeks, we've only seen a decline in our positive or quarantine cases, about 43%. And so I'm concerned that we're receiving the recommendation and what the board decides as far as moving from a mandate. I recognize that those that have responded to surveys, those of you who have emailed us or myself, I've read your emails. I understand you want the choice. Should the board here decide to follow the administration's recommendation, I just want to make sure that all of our adults on our campuses and our students are aware that those who decide to wear a mask need to be respected. We've heard about the bullying that's happening at our various sites, and I want to make sure that we are vigilant and that we do respect those individuals if the student decides to wear a mask or if their families are encouraging and requiring them to wear a mask. I also want to make sure that if conditions change locally at our school campuses, that comes back to the board and that we evaluate rather than waiting for our local health department or the state to direct us as to what we should do. Ultimately, I want to ensure that we can continue to provide in-person instruction, and I'm hopeful that things will get better and that we won't see another spike. But just based on our numbers and the fact that the last time we were in a downward, we quickly experienced a surge. So I'm cautious about that, and I would welcome and would love to hear what my fellow colleagues have to say and how they feel. I will support what the majority of the board decides, but I am very concerned about this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions or statements? Mr. Paul?
Thank you, President Solis. In consideration of Trustee Carrillo's comments, I agree that people ought to be respected for their decisions, but I want to emphasize that it is important to give people the opportunity to make the decision for themselves. And I think as soon as possible, we need to get back to normalcy for the benefit of our students. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Creel? I have a comment. First of all, I'd like to thank the community out there, the Central community, for being patient, caring about your neighbors. Your neighbors' children's going to school. I appreciate that. From the beginning, the district has stated that they would go by local recommendations of our local county health department. They are the ones that have signed off on this, with the understanding that as a community, we have to be ready to pivot. There could be multiple situations where we may have to go back to masking again. I'm not saying we're going to do that. I'm just saying we have to be prepared. In doing that, I would hope that the public would continue to be patient with us. Our primary goal is to educate your children, and to do that, we do a better job of it when they're in the classroom. That's the bottom line. And so we want to keep our schools open. We want to keep the activities of our children open. We want to ensure our children's mental health. With that, is there any comments from the public? Ms. Brooks?
I'm President Judy Martinez.
I just kind of want to reiterate what some of you already said. We feel exactly the same way. We need to make sure that our community, our students, and our staff understand that whatever their choice is, mask on, mask off, that is their choice, and there should be no one giving anyone a bad time about it. No one should be judging them, and I think that our administration, I've chatted with them about this, and I think we're all on the same page. Our staff need to know this. Our students need to understand that choice means choice. And we do have some staff and a lot of our students who aren't vaccinated yet, right? So we have to be careful. And we have conferences coming up, just to give you an example. So choice, again, if parents would like to come in for conferences, absolutely. But if they would also like to Zoom, same thing. And we're telling our teachers, be safe. You have your plexiglass, you have your disinfectants. We need to make sure that our rooms continue to be clean on a regular basis. And so all of that has been discussed. So I know our teachers feel the same way, and we do have some concerns. But we have done a great job of being safe in this district. You heard that parent earlier, especially during the pandemic. We've done everything to more than other districts have done, let me just say that. So we have been safe. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments holding on the line?
We have no comments by phone at this time.
All righty. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mailing. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Aye.
Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Can you call the next item?
The next item on the agenda is L3, discuss and approve revised naming committee overview. President Solis.
This was an item requested to be put on by the renaming committee. Ms. Davis is going to do a slight presentation on our stats. The issue is a fairly simple one. We've been having trouble getting a quorum due to the fact that some of the delegates have not shown up at the meetings. The delegates that have been coming, I want to thank them very much for their time and effort. Our last meeting, even though we could not officially approve any work we did, we got a lot of work done, and I appreciate their time and their effort for that. But unfortunately, because we did not have a quorum, we could not vote on it and approve the documents that we had, and that's why this item's coming before you. Ms. Davis?
Sure. In looking at attendance for the committee itself and the recommendation that they did bring forward, as was mentioned, we do have 8 folks that nominated themselves that have not been in meetings. 7 have not been to any of the 3 meetings, and so there was concern that was brought up by the naming committee that having them join at this point would be very challenging for them to catch up and participate in the same way as those that have been participating. There were a handful that missed for the first time this last meeting, and definitely the discussion that was brought up was would you consider 2 consecutive meetings missed to allow them to still come as a member of the public, but no longer being a voting member, so that they can conduct the business and stay on timeline to bring back information to you by June. We will hold a special meeting. We did agree that we would bring the products that the group made and worked on at the last meeting, and we would hold a separate meeting following this discussion. We would contact by phone each individual again to find out what might be the cause of their attendance or missing this last meeting, to make sure that they understand, if needed, that they can access the meeting through the Zoom link Most members are there in person, but that we have some flexibility when necessary. So what we attached was the naming committee overview that you had originally approved in conception of this committee. And you will notice that in red on the document itself are dates for this spring for the meeting, so you can see how they lined out from when we first discussed it. And on the back side under second page under community membership, drafted is some language based on what they expressed. Certainly could be changed by your discussion, but stating that member attendance is critical to conducting the business. Those members unable to attend in person are able to attend via Zoom, and so committee members who are absent for 2 meetings will no longer be voting members of the committee. And so that's a place for you to start. We would like their business to continue. There is a couple of town halls, 3 town halls at least coming up for them to listen and hear from the community. And there are, at least as you can see on the other side, 2 more meetings for them to meet together. So there's not a lot of meetings left, and we don't have to be rescheduling them. So I'd love for you to consider their recommendation.
Questions or comments from the board? Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you for that report, but did we have a mechanism to reach out to some of the delegates or representatives that were appointed to the board? You said there were 7 that did not have attended a single meeting, which is kind of alarming, but do we have a way to contact them? Do we know why they're not attending? Did they have a change of heart? Did they decide that they did not want to represent? I'm not sure what's going on.
We do have that from a few members, and so before each meeting, the team does reach out to remind them of the meeting and the location and the time, and for some, they have made contact to say, they perhaps were in quarantine and needed a different way to get to the meeting, and we were able to arrange that. Some we have been unsuccessful in hearing back from.
Definitely a factor. And then the second thing is that if I understood you correctly, you're potentially looking for a removal if they miss 2 consecutive meetings. Is that something that they were told in advance? Should they get fair notice, or are we going to notify them before we make that decision? And what's that process look like?
That's, I think, the important part of the discussion for you all. What they proposed at the meeting was, would you entertain their recommendation as committee members was to having missed 2 meetings is going to be really hard to stay up on the contents of the meeting. And there was discussion by them about, are they the 2 meetings that have already passed, or would it be 2 future meetings? And that really is for you to have that discussion. We can implement it and communicate it, and certainly those first 3 meetings really laid the foundation for the work they're doing. But we will follow what will work best for the representatives that you've selected.
I can see supporting that if we notify them, but to do that without notifying them, I'm not so sure that I would support that. And I think everybody deserves the opportunity. If they made forth the effort to participate, I understand there's a lot of special circumstances of why people cannot attend, et cetera. But with that being said, and there was a comment made earlier where there's still a lot of meetings taking place virtual as opposed to in person, but these are in-person meetings, and maybe that's deterring people also from attending. And I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at rationale behind why people would choose to participate and then not show up. So I'm a little bit concerned with that as well. But thank you.
Mr. Paul?
Thank you, President Solis. And in light of Trustee Cervantes' comments, I'm too puzzled why someone would go through the trouble of turning in an application and showing concern and wanting to be part of the process, which I really appreciate. And our community has shown that kind of leadership lately, and I've been really encouraged by that. So I'm kind of at a loss as to why so many people would not show up. So I would like to, for whatever it's worth, I would like to encourage whoever was named on the committee, after they went through the process of making themselves available for selection, and then this board went through a process of selection that was, it was pretty intensive, I think. And I would just ask them to go ahead and step up and take responsibility. So I'm gonna request that of whoever is on the committee. I would also like to modify this language, if the board would consider, to considering any number of the committee members that might have missed already, one or two, to give them the opportunity to at least have the opportunity to attend one more meeting, and if that doesn't happen, then to go ahead and dismiss their ability to vote. So it would change the language from absent for two meetings to absent in one previous meeting and then one future meeting from being dismissed as a voting member. I'd like the board consider that modification to this language.
Could we potentially leave the language and add that for those members who have not attended any previous meetings, they will have the opportunity to attend one more meeting? I would be concerned that if we say before and future, then anyone who has attended the last 3 meetings now would then only be able to miss one meeting and then would be kicked off. We're saying the same thing. I'm just trying to figure out. I agree with giving them one last opportunity to attend or to make contact and to notify us.
Now, I'm assuming the district administration have made contact or are attempting to make contact. Is that correct?
Yes, they before each meeting, there is notification that goes out to members, and we know there's communication because they will sometimes call the office to ask either for need for access differently or questions.
Also an opportunity to attend remotely via Zoom, correct?
And some who reach out, the Zoom link is provided.
So
correct.
even if someone is having an issue, sickness or whatever, there's still an opportunity to attend. So.
Well, I want to clarify that. Now there is an opportunity. At least the first meeting, there was no Zoom link available. I attended the first meeting. I don't think I was part of the second meeting.
Right. And the first meeting, you're correct. The first meeting was fully in person, and then we moved into a swing of high data of quarantine, and so we did add.
And I do know at least one of the individuals representing my area, that was a dilemma, that they could not appear in person because of medical or other concerns. And so they may have been limited in their ability to attend. I don't know whether they've attended, but that may be a possibility.
And how many meetings are left too? Did I see that? Do I remember that right?
There will be the makeup session for the last one that we're going to host, and then there is a May and a June meeting planned. In between those 3, I mentioned there's town hall meetings. They don't have to attend all those town halls. We can collect that information for them to use. So with the makeup session, that makes 3 more meetings if we stay on that timeline.
And board, if I could, because they made it clear to me, because I asked the committee, were they asking for a absentee of two meetings and then you're off the board? Are they wanting retro or effective this date? They made it real clear that the majority of the people were there, they wanted retro. And the reason being is if you extend this any farther, you're basically putting the end of their work out another month or more. So if you're voting to give them the option of showing up one more time, basically be prepared. You're going to push this out for another month. Now, if the board is happy with that, I'll be more than glad to return with the message to the committee. But that was the committee talking what they wanted.
Understood. I'm speaking from the perspective of giving people an opportunity to understand a rule is being changed before it's already in place. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. And I'd like to give people the opportunity to understand that, we've noted the absenteeism in the past, but we need to get our work done.
All righty. With that, Ms. Creo, do you have a proposal for some language for us?
No, I was going to change, I was going to make a comment and change my position after your comment and information. This board reviewed applications, we designated individuals. Now the committee has been working and they've been taking this very seriously and have spent significant time. So to me, now that they're coming and asking, you've missed 2 meetings, we don't want to waste time trying to catch up, we can't delay the work that this committee is doing. I would recommend that we approve the language as presented. If there's any other discussion, otherwise I'll make a motion. Again, that's just because while I agree that perhaps we should provide notice, they've had 3 meetings now, December, January, actually more, February and March.
They've had 3, so the January meeting was the first week of February, and then the February was
Plenty
in.
of opportunity. And so I don't want to delay the work that this committee is doing any further.
Okay, any other discussion, questions?
Yeah, may I speak? This is Trustee Chan.
Go ahead.
I'm still, I think, in agreement with Trustee Paul. I mean, I totally hear that the sort of anxiety of the board that it would push delay, but I just think that I'm just hesitant to do something retroactively without informing them first. I'm just confident in those that, you know, upon hearing, if they decide not to continue not to join, that's on them. But I just have a feeling that those that once hearing it, and if those that do wish to participate, I just feel that they would be able to catch themselves quite quickly up to the task. So I'm still sort of in agreement with Trustee Paul's suggestion.
Okay, any other questions? Why don't we proceed like this, if the board agrees? We'll take a vote on the existing item as is. If it fails, we'll move to Plan B and see if we can alter it so we can get a consensus. Is that okay? Okay, we need a motion to approve the current proposal.
I'll move to approve the proposal.
Okay, is there a second?
Also, I'll second.
Who?
Trustee Mailing.
Mr. Mailing seconds it. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Chan?
No.
Trustee Cervantes?
Nay.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
No.
President Solis? Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you. Can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is L4, approve the 2021-2022 second interim budget report. Mr. McLean and Mrs. Balladares.
Thank you. Tonight, we do have the second interim report, and we do have a presentation which Mrs. Baldaris is coming to the podium to provide. And we can report that we do have a positive certification on our second interim report, meaning that we can meet our financial obligations for this year and the next 2 years. So let me cue up the presentation and we'll get started.
Good evening. So tonight we're going to present the second interim report, which is through changes from the first interim through January 31st from revenues and expenditures. So this first report, we have just a general overview of the revenue that currently we are known to us. And so as you can see, local control formula is about 59% of our total revenue. And federal's 28%, and so forth. The reason why that the federal is so high is because of the COVID fundings. We had an increase of approximately $6.49 million from first interim. As you can see,
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at both, but I can't see the screen with my glasses, so. We had an increase in the LCFF. That is just from estimated ADA, from the county office and from our ADA. And then because we are held harmless based on if we're increasing or decreasing the ADA from the prior year. We had about $101,000 increase in federal. That is just from estimated awards being adjusted, either CDE or a SELPA. And then we also had a $3.6 million increase in other state, and that is due to a new award for the Educator Effective Block Grant. It's a one-time award. We also had a $2.8 million increase, and that was for the Emergency Connectivity Fund grant. Majority of that was for for that grant, which was a $2.04 million. And then minor adjustments through our other local. And here we have the estimated general fund expenditures. As you can see, we do spend salaries at 61%, salaries and benefits. And then books, supplies, 21%. Another high one would be our services at 10%. Since first interim, our expenditures increased by $2.2 million. We did have a decrease in our salaries, and that's probably due more for vacancies that are prorated from January, actually from February 1st on to the end of the school year. We had an increase in our books and supplies, and majority of that is because of the Educator Effective Block Grant. The time we receive the grant, we would usually just put it into a material supplies budget until it gets more defined. The next major increase is the $2 million in services. Again, that is from the grant for the Emergency Connectivity Fund grant that we received. And then the $5 million increase in capital outlay and other outgo. Here, it is more based on people or staff moving funds from materials or from services or even from salaries down into capital or other outgo for their expenditures. So it's really based on site needs. You can see the small increases of the well grant adjustments made for, we had to do a contribution for the Campus Connection and fee-based based on their expenditures and then the revenue they're receiving. The multi-year assumptions are based on the governor's January budget that was mid-January that we attended. As you can see here, I pointed out some of the major adjustments was the COLA and the CPI did increase from first interim to second interim. We updated what our projections were for health and welfare increases from 5% to 2%. And then the estimated updates on PERS rates, those aren't final rates, but they did go down. So these were all the assumptions used in my multi-year projections that's in the book. So as you can see with the multi-year projections as we just discussed and the current year projections for revenue expenditures, we will be having a 22.99.8% percent of reserves, and then it decreases by about, actually it increases to 26.7%, and then 20% it decreases in 23-24. We are deficit spending on the out years, but we still have a hefty reserve, and we also did put aside that $8 million for student learning and support. This last slide is is an LCAP overview as of the July 1 LCAP that was adopted back in, I believe, June. We sectioned it out by goals. what we estimated our expenditures would be in those areas. And Ketty can help deliver this slide.
Yes, your partner in crime is absent this evening, so we wanted to take a first shot at the question that had come up during first interim report. I think Trustee Carrillo, you had asked some questions of us of how does this marry with program? How do we look at these numbers and these spreadsheets more about service of students? And so this is a place to start, and based on your questions, we'll maybe get closer to the target if there's some things missing from this. As you know, each spring in our LCAP, we bring to you updates on each of our actions and expenditures. And so there's 3 goals. And you can see just in brief, as Ms. Bayaderos has done, Goal 1 under academic success is allocated a little over $50 million to address things for our students. Our unduplicated account students would be those highest risk, low income, English learner, foster youth, and these students are acquiring or receiving actions such as intervention, tutoring, summer program, site funds to spend for additional materials into the classroom. So that would be based on a per student that meets that criteria. So some schools get more funding in that area than others. That's where you see in the books and supplies the $5 million that's listed there. Library supports and materials, we believe the students, as were just mentioned, need a very literacy-rich school. And also English learners was one of the populations mentioned, and coaching and having an instructional support coach is one of those that would be in the salary and benefits there. So that's goal 1 for academic success, college and career readiness. When we move into the second goal of the LCAP, you will see a significant amount of money lands in this space. This is all about equity of access and opportunities. And making sure that we have the opportunities available for students, such as academic counseling. This is where we fund the personnel that we have continued to add each year for academic counseling and support. This is where we have added the additional resources for social emotional support. We have a SAFE team now, as you know. We have a marriage family therapist and a licensed social worker, and additional staff and support that help in the social lift and engagement for students. This is also where a significant investment in technology has occurred too. And so this sits within this goal of goal 2 and engagement. Goal 3, safe schools. This is a positive climate, welcoming culture. This is where our investments for our family outreach liaisons, our translators, some of our staff that's supporting our English learners might be within this category, as well as our SENCAL mentors, comprehensive youth services, so some contracted supports to address the behaviors of students would be within this category. So trying to work towards a way that you could help see these numbers expressed through support for students and start to make that connection as we head into the spring and start looking at the LCAP in terms of our expenses. So we hope the first step in that way will help in the conversation.
Questions or statements from the board? Mr. Maley?
I just have one question. Could you explain the duplicated pupil count, and what is its criteria, and does the district change that criteria for that, or how does that work exactly?
So the unduplicated count, one of the areas would be income. So we do, because we every child now gets free food, free meals, we do an income survey. We don't make it mandatory, but we do try to convince them to, everyone turn that in, whether or not they will qualify or not, but that's the only way we can get those numbers. The other one is foster youth and homeless numbers, and the third one was EL students. And then, of course, the meaning unduplicated, meaning if they're EL plus they're, say, low income, then we only count them once. We don't count them twice.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, and I think to that question, the district doesn't decide that those are the categories that we're going to count. That's designated by state or federal requirements, right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much for the 2021-2022 LCAP overview. I really appreciate that. When we're talking about the salaries and the benefits, because it's always the biggest portion of the pie, I know that it includes the specific designated and dedicated services for our specific subgroups. Does that also include the salaries for our regular core teachers? Or is it just the salaries that we are allocating for our English learners and to provide any other support services? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're looking at the LCAP overview. Yeah, so it includes all salaries that was presented in the LCAP, which is generally funded teachers and so forth, everybody.
Okay.
One example of that for English learner support would be all teachers are a part of the EL support for them. However, above and beyond that, there's additional support in an instructional coach that might be added in, or a set of psychologists or counselors added into the mix at those schools.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or statements? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? I'll entertain a motion.
One last question, sorry. I know
Hold on,
some of the federal funds have expiration dates. This PowerPoint doesn't identify them, or did I miss it?
No, I did not identify most of them are the COVID funds that are expiring. I know 2 of them is the ESSER one and the GEAR one that will be expiring the end of this year, so we have like 5-6 months to spend it, which is pretty much spent.
Yeah. So most of the federal funds at this point that are remaining are expiring in 2024. So we have multi-year plans for those, and the ones that were expiring earlier, as Ms. Baldar said, have already been expended and we're staying in compliance with those deadlines.
Thank you. With that, I'll move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Ms. Creel. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Brooks. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Aye.
Trustee Chan? Trustee Chan?
He can't hear anything right now. Bradley, do you have it set? Okay, if you want to try it again for...
Trustee Chan?
He still can't hear.
Sorry, I missed the item.
The item is approve the 2021-2022 second interim budget report.
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Could you please call the next item?
The next item on the agenda is L5, approve SB 328 late start. Dr. Boatwright, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Perez.
Good evening again. I'm bringing this item back to you tonight for action. Thank you, Mr. McLean, for pulling up the slide as well. SB 328 is the late start California law that will go into effect with the start of the 2022-2023 school year. After reviewing all of the input from community and staff, assessing the impacts, costs, solutions, and ensuring that we're meeting both the instructional minutes and Senate Bill 328, administration is recommending the start times that you see on the screen. That includes an 8:30 start time for high school, which is required by SB 328, 8:20 for middle school, which meets the requirement for SB 328, and 7:50 for elementary schools for the start of the 22-23 school year. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Creel.
First, I want to thank our staff and administration for all the hard work that you've done on this project. I know there's been a lot of work because we've had discussions and it's been a while since before this item came before us. However, I do not support the current recommendation. I cannot agree, and I would really encourage my colleagues to push this back for further consideration and review for that 6 a.m. start time. These are our TK through 6th grade. These are our little kids, and I just can't in good conscience request or support a plan that would require that they be ready and able to be on the bus by 6 a.m., which is 30 minutes earlier than they were before, and that means that kids are waking up way before 6 a.m. And I understand that Senate Bill 328 is only specifically to secondary and high schools, but one of the purposes of the bill, which is highlighted in its language, is to address sleep deprivation. And so I just can't, I can't reconcile the two. I know that you guys have done a lot of work, and I know that even with Plan A, it's going to generate a cost for the district. So if you can identify how many students are going to be impacted by this 30 minutes earlier, and then whether we considered, I'm sure you considered, in considering a plan that would keep the start time at 6:30 or even a later time, what additional cost would the district incur? I presume it's a cost issue. If there are other issues, I'd love to hear them, but I cannot support Plan A, and I really encourage my colleagues not to support it either.
So I would first agree that Senate Bill 328 has provided a challenge for all school districts in California to look at their start times to their day to be in compliance with the bill moving forward as we need to be. And I also appreciate the opportunity for further discussion tonight, because we do want to be able to provide our community as well as our departments, our school sites, our staff as much time as possible to prepare with the new start times going into the spring and in preparation for next year. There are different considerations in regards to looking at how to reduce the earliness of transportation pickup times in the morning. There is a cost associated if we were to increase our fleet, and cost associated with increase of drivers, and that could range depending on the number of buses that would be purchased and the number of drivers that would require to facilitate those routes.
Can you mention how many students are affected as well in the early morning route? I believe that was one of your questions.
So we're looking at approximately 55 students that would be with the earliest pickup times, keeping in mind geographic locations of residents in relation to schools and the routes, and also some of those door-to-door services that are part of the routes as well. In looking at costs, it could be up to somewhere in the range of about $2 million for buses. Additional buses if we were to increase our fleet by a number around 11 buses, and then would be an additional cost for up to 4 additional drivers at approximately $250,000.
So a total of $2,250,000.
I'm sorry?
So total, the 2 million plus the 250.
Correct.
Okay.
And that would be drivers and additional fleet.
Okay. And what are the demographics of those 55 students?
I don't have specific demographics for the students, but knowing that their door-to-door services are part of the routes, those would be students that are part of a special population.
Okay. So they're students that don't have an option. I mean, they ride a bus. And so I'm not asking you a question. This is more of a comment. Mm-hmm. This is just to further highlight why I can't support a plan, again, because we're dealing with this special population, but also because this is impacting TK through 6th grades. These are our smallest kids. I would prefer to see a plan, and I would be ready to support a vote if it means that it's going to cost us $2 million or a little bit over the $2 million. I think that it's the appropriate thing to do for our students, but I'm not going to support having a 6 a.m. start time. Thank you.
Any other board members? Oh, Ms.
Yes.
David?
So I agree with a number of the points that Trustee Carrillo brought up. I would really recommend to administration if we could at least get a better view, even if it's certain sort of capital overlays that we need to make certain sorts of investments. I have, because this issue is getting so much attention across the state, EdSource did a great article and been paying attention to other school districts. And I know nothing is perfectly similar because they just have different fleet numbers and different constraints and different outlays than we have. But I think getting a better picture, especially of something that is going to have this level of repercussions for the number of students as large as our district is, because while that may be only 55 students for that first round, the repercussions go far beyond that. So I'm broadly in agreement with Trustee Carrillo's comments that we get some more plans and some that at least keep the first pickup time at 6:30, as opposed to which in some ways goes against the spirit of the bill by making those children and parents make sure that they're ready by 6 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Ms. Davis?
Yeah, if I could add just a couple of clarifying points and understand the work trying to go into this and avoid as much pain to the process. We did not bring forward a recommendation to modify our transportation policy. That is a different way that we could make adjustments, but we have heard from you. We know that there's not been an interest to move to a policy similar to our neighbors of the 2 mile as the crow flies. I think I see Crystal and Jesse back there who have been doing a lot of this work. That would reduce ridership, and we think that's contradictory to what the message from you all has been, but that would have been an option. We also asked the question about specialized transportation. Could we contract out and have somebody help with the process or add in a fleet? And I understand they can't even staff the commitments and contracts they currently have, so they weren't adding anyone in for that. The clarification also I want to make is the 2.6 is above the budget that's already in front of you for Schedule A. So to implement Schedule A, maximum for additional buses and drivers is already about 1.7 million to do that. And so this is adding an additional 11 buses and drivers on top of that. So I want to make sure you're aware it's the 1.7 plus the 3. Am I correct? That adds 11 more buses. So I'm looking back behind your shoulder at Jesse and Crystal. Okay.
Can you
So
come
it's
to
gonna
the
be somewhere
podium?
between the two of those.
Because my understanding was that the total would end up over the 2 million, not that it would be an additional 2 million.
Well,
However, if that is the case, I would still support spending the money because I don't support starting at 6 a.m.
Yeah, sorry. The 6:30 or the additional 11 buses would be for 6:30. If we did the 6 a.m., it would be the 1.4. Sorry, I can't see the PowerPoint. So it would be 1.4, or it would be the additional, or does that work out to about 5 additional to make it to go to 6:30?
Any other questions? Statements? Well, I'll throw my hat in the ring here. I think our choices are fairly simple. Number one, we reduce the radius that we provide bus service to. I don't think anybody's in favor of that. So with that being said, our choices are having to do with cost. There could be another schedule put out. I think that's what Ms. Creo is responding to, a 6:30 schedule. There's a cost to that. The cost of it is buses and drivers. We could mitigate that cost if we move to contracting out. I'm not in favor of that. A lot of our employees live in this district. They pay taxes in this district. We need to turn around that money and that salary. And then when they get paid, they spend money in our areas. That's giving our business people money and income as well. So I'm not in favor of contracting out transportation services. We have to realize one of the biggest chunks of our school budget has to do with transportation. So we're going to have to make some hard decisions here. If we're going to focus on, we're going to expand the cost of our transportation, that's going to impact us in other places. I don't have a problem with doing that, but also I will be reminding the board in the future that they chose, if you go down this road, to finance more money into transportation. With that, I totally understand Ms. Carrillo's point about having to ride a bus for that early in the morning, because they're going to be out there in the dark, and these are going to be some small children. And do we really want that? There's some liability there as well. I'll just bring the attention to the board about emails we've been receiving about incidents on the bus, at bus stops. Now you're adding that they're going to be out there in the dark on top of that. So with that,
President Solis?
Yes.
If I may interrupt you, I have one question. To the extent that Mr. McLean or his team can answer, do we have the budget to support an allocation of $2.3 million to transportation?
Yeah, when you're talking about the buses have a fairly long life. So you're talking about, for the most part, a one-time cost. Obviously, the drivers are an annual cost, but the buses, which is more the expensive portion of that cost, is going to be a one-time.
And are we looking at any grants to purchase buses or to obtain buses? I know that typically those grants that we've received, it's crush one, you get one. But are there any grants that would provide us the opportunity to keep our buses and to purchase additional buses for our fleet?
Mr. Bath, I don't know if you want to speak to that. I'm not aware of anything currently, and I know most of the efforts of the state right now are on electric buses, which don't really meet the needs of our district at this point in time. We're looking at those for the future. But Mr. Bath can speak to that as well.
Yeah, so right now we are working with a number of companies trying to get more grants for buses, but they are focused toward electric. Right now we're trying to look to get our infrastructure in so we can go that way. As every year goes by, the electric route gets better and better with our ranges. So, waiting a little bit to make sure we get over. Right now I'm hearing other districts that have gotten vehicles, they're getting about 123 miles. If we can get a little bit north, that'd be better for us. We do cover a little bit bigger area, but we are looking for that, but those would be crushes. There's about 5 grants that we're looking at right now, and they're all would be crushes. We're hoping more would come up. The state keeps talking about funding, and so we just kind of watch that closely.
So we need to lobby our state to get more funding for these buses, is what I'm hearing. Thank you.
All right, let me finish my statements. Number one, like I said, we're going to have to be aware of the fact that we're increasing our transportation budget if we do that. I think it's a safety issue. I would like to see the 6:30 schedule put on the agenda, or we approve a 6:30 agenda with the understanding that we have a budget item where we put the $8 million aside for student achievement that we could utilize for this item. But that would be an understanding. You're using that money to go into the transportation department, which I particularly don't have a problem with. I'm just giving you a budgetary answer to the question being put out there. That's assuming that we have consensus on the board. That's what you want to do. With that, I'll open it up to questions or statements.
What's the likelihood of us fulfilling those positions for the bus drivers? I know we're having a huge issue with it right now. What do you think, Jack?
We have 5 vacancies in our present state of, lack of a better word, vacancies and challenges to fill those positions. We'd have to continue aggressively market the vacancies and continue to support and fund our program to grow our own bus drivers and recruit from our own school district. Adding 4 more certainly sounds like a challenge, but I think it's something we can work towards, especially if we consider incentives for more aggressive recruitment of bus drivers to join Central Unified. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, is there a motion, or do you want to make a modification to the item? What?
I move to approve Plan A with the modification that the TK through 6 or elementary schools pickup will not begin before 6:30. And we allocate or approve up to 2.3 million in additional cost for transportation.
Ms. Davis, do you have any questions pertaining to that modification?
Well, we have a motion, so you'd have to get a second before you get any
Well,
discussion.
I want to make sure she understands what the motion is. Go ahead. You're good? Okay, then. Is there a second? I have a second by Mr. Cervantes. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Aye.
Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you, everyone.
Mrs. Lopez, could you call the next item?
The next item on the agenda is L6, approve 2022 ballot for CSBA Delegate Assembly. Acting Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. This evening, you're being asked to vote for CSBA delegates for Region 10B. There are 3 incumbents who had nominated themselves, and there happen to be 3 vacancies. So the information was attached, and this is your opportunity to make a motion and vote in the members that you would like to represent your region.
Statements or questions from the board? Hearing none, are there any nominations?
I move to nominate the 3 candidates.
Thank you. And there's a second. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes? Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Could you please call the next item?
We begin our information items. The first one is M1, receive information and hold a public hearing regarding contract openers for labor negotiations between Central Unified School District and California School Employees Association, CSBA, Chapter 474. Mr. Collegian.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. This item is a placeholder. We respectfully ask to place this item for action at our next board meeting, along which time we will have the attached proposal from CSBA and also afford the opportunity to provide input via public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no objection, I'll make it an action item. All right. Item 2, Ms. Lopez.
Next item is M2, receive information regarding the AG Completion Improvement Grant. Dr. Boatwright.
Good evening, Acting Superintendent Davis, President Solis, and members of the board. LEAs must develop a plan to increase or improve services for students, particularly unduplicated students, to ensure access to A through G courses approved by the University of California. This plan has been completed and approved by the California Department of Education. The plan includes items such as evening and weekend workshops for parents and students on college career topics, expanded access to A through G coursework, original credit and credit recovery options for A through G credit, expanded academic counseling, and partnering with California education partners on track to create coherence between middle and high school, which will lead to successful completion of A through G requirements. The final A through G improvement grant allocation is just over $855,000. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the March 22nd agenda for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions or statements from the board? Ms. Creel?
Is this a new grant?
Yes, this is a new grant that was received.
Okay. Can we, if you're not already intending to, can we get a report back as to how many students we served and the specific services that we end up providing, or that students end up requesting or actually using?
Yes, as related to this grant?
Yes.
Or current? Okay.
Yeah, no, related to this grant.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, statements? Hearing none, if the board has no objections, I'll go ahead and put this on consent. Can you call the next item, Ms. Lopez?
Next item on the agenda is M3, receive information regarding field trips. Dr. Boatwright.
Good evening once again. Requests for overnight field trips and day trips more than 150 miles must obtain board approval. The following field trip requests are attached. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the March 22nd agenda for action, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions from the board? Mr. Cervantes? Nope. Hearing none, if there is not any objections, I'll go ahead and put this on consent. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is M4, receive information on out-of-state travel. Mr. McLean.
Thank you. This is an out-of-state travel trip for our nutrition director, Alyssa Engel, to attend the 2022 American Commodity Distribution Association Conference in Orlando, Florida. The dates are April 24th through April 27th. There is no cost to the district on this request. Alyssa will be attending as a board member of the Super Co-op JPA, of which our district is a member, and she represents on the board, and they will be paying for all of the conference expenses. Be happy to answer any questions on this one.
Thank you, sir. Any questions on this item from the board? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and place this on consent unless I hear an objection. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
The last item on information is M5, receive information regarding superintendent search. President Solis.
Okay, I guess this is where Bill and Mr. Hewitt comes in. Where that?
We've greatly enjoyed watching your board meeting tonight, and I was commenting to my colleague, Dr. Monroe, what a high-functioning board this is. That discussion on the start time, I think every board in California has struggled with that, and I was really quite impressed with the level of dialogue and the care that all of you expressed in meeting student needs and at the same time meeting the standards of the state. Our commendations. We're passing out to you, I think you've received actually all of these electronically beforehand, but the planning calendar, I always start when I meet with you with a calendar to see where we are and where we're going. A draft of your brochure, and if you remember, last time I met with you, I said we would bring this back, and you have one last chance to modify especially the criteria or anything in it. And then the stakeholder input report, of which I will go ahead and read the summary and answer any questions that you have. So tonight, we will be talking to you about the stakeholder input. We will also be talking about where we are going from here in the process, and you need to give us some direction on that, including dates for when we're going to have our next meeting with you, which is a special meeting to select candidates to interview, and also when you wish to interview. If you remember on our calendar, we just gave a couple of options, okay? And then in addition, should you choose to engage stakeholders in this process, that's an option that we encourage, but the boards decide different things about that. But if you do decide to engage stakeholders in the interview process, and I'll go through that process again, then tonight we will need to start that process of who those stakeholders will be and how would they be selected. Okay, and I'll give you some options on that. I did write a short memo to you, I think, yesterday, explaining some options and what boards oftentimes do should you decide to do that. Do you have any questions then before we go ahead and get started?
Could you please list out the places where you were going to advertise, or you did advertise the opening?
Where we advertised?
Yes.
Was that the question?
Yes.
I'll see if I can recall it. So we did do the traditional ones of EdJoin, EdCal, both online and in print. We did CALSA and we did CABI. I don't know if we got the Asian. I think we made it. We may have also advertised in the Asian publication, but I can't recall that tonight. Okay, I know the board wanted to advertise in all of those venues, and I know that at least 4 out of 5 of them we were in. I think we were in the 5th one too. I'll double check on that, President Solis.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the calendar just for a moment, and you can see that we held our first board meeting back in January, and we set the calendar. We did the stakeholder for contacts, and we go ahead and set the advertising. And I want to mention that we said that Anita was the point of contact, and Anita, thank you very much. It's been lovely working with Anita. It's quite a bit of work for your executive assistant to help us with these. So she's done a marvelous job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We did advertise the position in those positions, and then also thank you, President Solis, for mentioning that we did those 3 other venues as well. And we had stakeholder meetings. They actually went a little longer than that because we went, I think, well into March, or at least to the very end of February. And we have one more to do, actually. I think I mentioned before that sometimes we pick up one and then we do an addendum. And I think it's the middle schoolers. Is that correct? Yeah. We had a hard time scheduling the middle schoolers with our calendar and their busy day. So I think we're going to pick that up later this week or next week? It'll be next week, okay. And I'll do a little summary of what they said for you and send it along.
I'm sorry, is that of the students or?
Students,
okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you. It's the students. Tonight is the second meeting we've had with you as a board, and you can see there in those bulleted items I've already reviewed what we're going to do tonight. The applications close on April 5th, so we have actually quite a bit more time. Most applications come in during the last week. We have 10 so far. And of those 10, at least 3 of them I recognize as high-quality candidates. So we're getting a good start, and this next several weeks we're going to be out there recruiting, making phone calls, and encouraging people to apply. The position closes April 5th. Then we need a couple of weeks to be able to vet those candidates and take a close look at their materials and their references and our contacts. Our third board meeting is set for some time during the week of April 25th through the 28th, where you'll review the candidates, you'll select finalists to interview. You'll finalize the interview questions. I want to make just a mention that I will be sending out a sample of questions to you and giving you a homework assignment. They'll be aligned to your criteria, and I'll ask you to select, each of you, to select your preferences. We'll put that together, and so we'll have a draft of questions for you that evening that you can modify. You can also submit your own questions in the process, but that evening we'll solidify your questions for your interview. If you choose to have an interview panel, at that board meeting you must appoint them because it's a committee of the board, and the Brown Act requires that when you form a committee you must appoint it in public. And we'll finalize the interview schedule at that point. So we need to set that meeting date tonight. We also have to go ahead and set when we're going to do the interviews. We set two options there. One was the 29th or 30th, which would be my preference. I like to do it rather quickly between when we tell somebody we're going to interview and when we interview, because sometimes you lose good candidates if you don't move more quickly. But I understand the board's needs. The other option was May 6 and 7. And really, we can work around those dates in any way that will work for you. And then, of course, your selection would be either you have to do it at a regular meeting. It's either May 10th or May 24th. And we have the start date as July 1st. Are there any questions about the schedule? Okay.
Earlier you said we had to do something at a regular meeting. What are you talking about? The April 29th interviews, or are you back up at April 25th to schedule a time to come back to the board?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing that.
Earlier you said we would have to take care of some type of business at a regular board meeting. Were you referring to the items under April 25th to 28th?
Yes.
Okay.
I was. Yes, I was. Yes. Okay. All right. We'll come back to setting those dates in a moment, but what I'd like to do now is to go over the stakeholder input report and get any reactions or questions. And Dr. Monroe is right here behind me. He'll also answer any questions or comments. I wanted to thank him. And also Marilyn Shepard, our third consultant who could not be here tonight. Marilyn did lose her husband recently, and so I think we'll see some of her sometime, maybe during the interviews, but she's obviously has a lot on the plate. Okay, we will go over the executive summary, but we'll answer any questions that you have about this. I want to remind you that this is for your use, helps you see what your stakeholders are looking for and desire in a superintendent and what the issues might be. We also give this to the candidates that are going to be interviewed and see how well they do their homework. And it helps us, too. It helps us to know what some of the strengths of the district are and some of the selling points, especially in the next couple of weeks. Those first two questions will be things I'll be relating to people I'm recruiting. I make a few general comments first. This was a very positive response and survey. And I don't say that just because I'm here and talking to you as a board. A lot of times there are a lot of issues out there and they're very intense and you get an awful lot. Really you have a very appreciative public of what you do. You have a very supportive group of employees that are appreciated by your parents and your community. And you have a system that provides a lot and gives a high level of excellence in a lot of areas. And so, I've known that for a long time about Central. That's why I asked to do this one. But it's so nice to see that when you go out and have a survey. And so when I talk about, this and some of the issues, there's always issues out there. But I want to let you know in general, this is one I've done I think I've done 29 now of these, and this is, if not the most positive, one of the 2 or 3 most positive ones I've done. So you should feel very good about the quality of what you're doing and your relationship with your community. Okay, that said, here are some of the things that people liked about your community. Now to be a part of the executive summary, we had to hear it from at least 2 different groups, if not more. So I do encourage all of you to read the whole thing, because there are some specific things that might be specific to one group or another that won't be in the executive summary because we only heard it once. Okay, that doesn't mean it's not important. I think all of these opinions and statements are important. Okay, so what did we hear multiple times? There's a sense of a small town in your community. It's very stable. The number of statements about how generations have lived here and how that makes a difference. People care about each other. Diversity is our strength. That came up with every single group. There are many activities for our children. This is a welcoming community. It's still affordable. That was something a lot of people brought up, saying, you know, everything's going up, but here it's a little more affordable. These are hardworking people here. We have the parents support the schools. Many generations lived here and attended Central schools. It's a growing community, and that brings many opportunities. And it's close to the national parks. Now, I wanted to mention that most of our sessions were in small group and were by Zoom. Some of those weren't so small. We had, a couple of those groups that were 20 or 30 folks. And we had 110 people that we did that way, which is about normal for this day and age doing Zoom in a district your size. And we had 190 people that responded to the survey, and that's a little higher than normal. So overall, you had a good response rate. We always look, I wish the standard was, we always look to see if you're 2 or 3% of your ADA, and you were between 2 and 3% of your ADA. So I think that you probably were just about average. Some of the board members attended 2 of our parent meetings. Those were the lightest attended meetings that we had. And I don't know, I think the third one was attended a little bit better. Okay, but in all of these areas, we had many responders. Okay, tell us what's good about the district and its schools. Many great teachers and staff. Teachers are phenomenal. And we got that a lot. Somebody was passing the word around that phenomenal is the adjective. That came up. That was fun to see several times. I like my principal. Got that a few times. There's a multitude of great programs that help us shine. We saw some tonight, didn't we? You gave recognition to some of them tonight. Music, CTE, ag, football, cheerleading. Special education. Some families move here to have that service. Technology is excellent. A few comments about the one-to-one technology that you have in the district. There's good communication from administrators and teachers. The district listens to and meets the needs of diverse families. Heard that several times. Extracurricular activities and hands-on instructional opportunities. Teachers are very responsive to parent communication. District administration engages parents and listens and responds to comments. There was a lot of appreciation in that from your parents. So we heard that over and over again, how this teacher, that teacher, this principal came and responded to my need or my problem or my issue. Very welcoming school sites. There's not much turnover in the staff. Again, that's stability. There's a variety of course options and college and career pathways. There's cultural diversity here. There are translators in the district. Central Unified is flexible in meeting the needs of every child. We moved here or stayed here for the schools. So those were the positive things that we had from the district. Okay, now the issues or the problems or the concerns that may be out there that a new superintendent should know about when coming to this position. The academic scores and learning loss due to COVID and making up lost ground for students. We find this in every single district right now. Everybody has this issue about the kids are coming back, they've lost all learning, their attention isn't quite the same, and so that's an issue. That's an issue and a need that we have. We need to have leaders that are strong in curriculum and instruction, leaders who know the work of teachers firsthand. The good old boy system. Too many promotions in the past have been from within, and it's perceived that too many white males have been promoted not with merit or without merit. That one surprised me, but that did come up several times, and I sort of felt like it was a historical issue that I was hearing, but you probably know more about that than I would. Cultural divide between rural and urban communities. I think I mentioned a lot of my career was in Elk Grove Unified, very similar to your district at one point, and we certainly had that, but it's also a strength, I think, of a district to have different communities that you serve. There's a lack of services in the district because of the rural nature of the community. The rural district areas need attention and care. They need facilities, technology, counselors. They need more services such as speech, psychologists, counselors, intervention specialists. We had one session with parents from Biola at your request, but it didn't only come up in that session. It came up also in some other sessions too. But I would encourage you to read that session. That I think there's one section in here that's from Biola. And it was great. It was a very good session, very nice people, and they were very appreciative, but they said, we feel like we're out there a little bit and don't have what others have. It's a smaller school. Let's see. The start of the high school will be challenging. It's going to be a major impact on schools. Haven't really seen the plan or how the school and the sports activities will work out. Once again, every place I go, I'm hearing that right now, that's an issue, and that's something that has to be worked on when it's implemented. The growth of the district and facilities issues, there are those issues in the future of just providing. We didn't get issues about poor facilities, though, which we normally do. So people thought you had very good facilities and you took care of them, okay? Learn to be great at one thing. We need to focus and not try to do everything. And that's a criticism that good districts often get. And it's really kind of the notion oftentimes comes from staff of being a little overwhelmed with change and with going in too many directions at the same time. Every year it's something new and different. There you go. We need to be more intentional and more strategic. How to deal with labor partners, and this just came up a few times. It was not very critical, but we thought it came up enough times that we should make sure it's in the summary. What works at one school may not work at all schools. Okay, and again, this is a very common theme that we hear. We all like to have schools have individuality and have their own themes, but then sometimes we want everybody to do something or do it the same, and that contradiction is a tug and a pull, I think, in between districts and schools especially. There's need for more instructional assistants, and some places said that they were having a hard time filling the jobs that they had, right? I mean, we heard this comment about saying we just need more of them, and then also I think we heard this job is we're having a hard time keeping those positions filled because of the shortage of labor. Okay, what characteristics and attributes and skills for the new superintendent, what should they have to be successful? Someone who's committed to the district for a long time. I put that first on purpose. That came up over and over again. Your constituents really want us to try to find somebody that's going to be here for a while, okay? And in the past, you've had a history of some very effective superintendents being here for a long time. I've known I think a couple of them, but also have had history when you haven't had somebody here for more than 3 or 4, maybe 5 years. And so that's a desire and something that people want to see. Somebody who knows the district. That came up a lot, that they really want to have, somebody has, if they're not from the district, they would like them to have some good knowledge of the district in some way. They really did their homework well, or they have some association with it. A strong instructional leader. I was pleased to see that. Has a proven record engaging all people, creates a feeling that it's safe to speak your truth. Will have a good working relationship with the staff, and that kind of came as, oftentimes that comment would come up about saying, we have a pretty good thing going right now about how the district and staff work together, and we want to make sure the person that comes in this position keeps that going, fosters that. Is transparent and honest, is willing to put information out there, and is not afraid to share that information. Is creative and innovative, is a visionary leader. It's a leader who continues to build on the good programs that are in the district. So I want to talk about all 3 of these things I just read together. That consistently people said, yes, We want somebody who has ideas and is a visionary, but we don't want somebody to come in and reject what we're doing. We're doing great stuff, and we want to have it built upon that. So that's important. Every district is different in this regard. Some places want, an energetic person to come and move the district and change things. Some people don't want anything to change. What I'm getting here is people are open to innovation and creative ideas, but there's really good things here, and we don't want to jeopardize those. We want to build upon them. So that's what we heard from your constituents. Take time to learn about the school district. Let's see. Listen. Somebody who listens is slow to speak and values input. That was a consistency. They want somebody who is a very good listener and isn't, just always talking like I'm doing right now. Someone who values quality and personnel rather than who you know. That's a comment that kind of goes back to that good old boy thing a little bit. There is that strain of some people saying that not everybody has been held to the same accountability standard or a level of excellence, and that sometimes it was either buddyism or it was a male thing, mostly in leaders. We'll give everyone a fair chance for growth opportunities, goes right with that. Process that follows policy. They want to see processes following your policy. Be respectful, somebody who's inclusive, somebody who's highly visible and accessible. They want a superintendent who is out there engaging the public, seen at sites and seen in the community, and can work in a multicultural environment, somebody who's friendly and can have a conversation with us about our children's needs. So those are the majors that we took from this. Like I said, I really encourage you to read all parts of this. Questions, comments, any questions you have either for myself or Dr. Monroe?
Questions from the board? Mr. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. So in general, sounds like what you heard is kind of common, good interaction, good participation. A few things were uncommon. Can you, right. Can you restate those for me? The things that were uncommon. Thank you.
The ones that were uncommon. Is that what you'd like to hear? I think the good old boy thing was uncommon. I don't hear that all that often. Okay, so that one I would say was the one that hits me. There weren't many things that were unique and uncommon in terms of the issues. What people were looking for in a superintendent, I wouldn't say it's uncommon, but it was very strong here, is they really want somebody that knows the district and who's stable. That's a reflection of the community, right? People have been here a long time. People have invested here as their family has, and they kind of want the same thing in a way, okay? So that doesn't come across always that strongly, but it did in yours for clearly. Those two things would be my sort of unique things that I heard. How about you? Got any?
Yeah. Meeting with the various stakeholders, the one trend I heard was they're looking for stability. They just want consistency and stability. They want someone that really loves the community, wants to immerse themselves in the community, and really want to stay. Really want to be a part of the community, grow in the community, learn in the community, and really immerse themselves here.
Yeah, I would agree. Thank you. That's a great question. I appreciate that.
Any other questions, Ms. Creel?
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions and a comment.
Sure.
First, I wasn't surprised with some of the feedback. I was just like, oh, I'm glad that people felt comfortable enough to really speak their truths. I've heard some of these comments, so it was refreshing to see them on paper. Yeah. So to that end, can you just briefly, 30, 60 seconds, tell us kind of the process that was used to facilitate these conversations? Sure. It may have varied amongst the stakeholders, but if you can just kind of give us an idea, and then I have one more question after that.
It's pretty consistent. We start by talking about the whole process and what we're doing. We do talk a little bit about our philosophy of bringing things out into the open and letting them know that your name's not used, but your group is. But still, we think it's very important. The board wants to hear you. And we think it's really important to bring things up and to bring them out into the open, especially in the area of issues, because sometimes people freeze up on issues and don't want to, afraid that there might be some consequence if they say stuff. So I know I always really encourage them to talk about the issues because we all have issues. Every district has issues, and it's really important we hire a leader that is going to be the best fit for those issues. We always talk about fit, and really that fit is the person can deal with the issues that are there effectively. Our theme is transparency, so that's how we do that. But then we really try to be quiet, to be honest. We let them go. We do, when, I know one of my strategies that I learned is that I can tend to talk too much, so I just try to repeat what they said so that they know that I heard it and they can correct it.
The only other question I have, and you guys highlighted this, and again, I'm not surprised by it. We heard that they want stability, they want a leader that's going to stick around. But as a board and as a trustee, I'm constantly hearing, we heard it from you guys, I've heard it from different sessions and trainings, the life of a superintendent is 2 to 3 years. Was there any discussion or articulation as to the length of time that they're looking for? What do they mean by a long time?
Yeah. So more than 5 years.
Okay.
More than 5 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, very specifically they said that. And I think that sometimes we would ask that question, what do you mean by a long time and stability? Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Cervantes?
Thank you. Not necessarily in your findings, but I'm about the process in terms of the board meeting for that, I guess that 28 session, and reviewing the candidates. Do we have the opportunity to review all candidates, or is there a paper cut prior to this review of candidates?
Yes. Yes to both of those.
Okay.
So thank you for that question, and I'll go over what we do during that time. Yes, we review all the candidates with you. However, we come in with a preferred short list, but before we go into those in depth, we go over all the candidates. You also will get 3 or 4 or 5 days before then your own paper on all of them electronically. You'll get their application, their resume, and their letter of application. And then you read all of those, and you come in with your own set of questions. But one of the things you do is that you hire us to do all the background checking for these folks. And so we will know things that you can't decipher from the paperwork. And then we bring all of that to, that's why this takes a while. I think I said it's got to be a special meeting. It's going to be 3 hours. The other thing that you will get, if you choose to, is a short video on people who are on that short list. It's usually, it's usually anywhere from 6 to 10 candidates that we think you should consider for interviewing. We only want you to interview 6 candidates using the procedures we do, but if you want to change that and interview more, that's fine. And sometimes we have that discussion in that meeting because we really don't know what you want to do until you all get together and talk about it. So does that help?
Yes, by all means, yeah. No,
we also, if you wish, as an individual board member, want to come in and talk with us about candidates and look at in more depth with some that maybe interest you in a certain way, we will do that as well. That day when we're here for the board meeting, I usually come down here in the morning or at noon and make myself available for you to come in and anybody to come in and spend an hour with me or whatever you need. Because we don't give you all the letters of reference, we don't give you all of the transcripts, we kind of think I think we don't do that because of liabilities and things, but we make them accessible to you if you want them in our presence. Okay, so everything we get, you have access to in one way or another. Okay, that's a great question.
One more. In the appointment of the stakeholder panel.
Yep.
Where does a board like board chair or perhaps our HR superintendent, are they typically on that stakeholder holder board?
I actually like you to hold that question because I want to take you through that whole part of the process. There are a lot of questions that go with that. Is that okay to hold
By
on?
all means, yes.
Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Very good question, but I think it'll lead into a deeper discussion. I want to make sure we answer all these questions here first. Any more?
Any other questions?
Okay.
Hearing none, move on, sir.
President Solis,
Pardon?
before we move on, since it is 9:47, I want to make a motion to extend our meeting past 10 p.m.
Is there a second? There's a second. Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes? Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Continue on, sir.
Now, I know this is rather quick, and it doesn't have to be right now, but if there's anything that you picked up on this that doesn't align with what we've done here, would you get back to me this week? Okay? And I have one thing I'm going to examine, and that's the stability issue. I don't know whether we may have, but I don't know whether we reflected that strongly enough in our criteria. So I'm going to look at that one and see. But if there's anything you think that came out really strongly in here from your constituents, more heads, what is it? More heads think better than one, or whatever that saying is. Then this is our chance to do our final revision on this, and then and then we do a glossy, nice thing for the candidates and for you for the rest of the process, and we'll probably put that out next week to you. Okay. All right. Yes.
Could that be something, though, that is addressed and discussed during the interview process versus including it in the position, which would have the potential of decreasing our candidate pool, like right off the bat, instead of having a discussion of looking for stability and looking for someone to stick around for 5 years?
You can certainly put together questions that address that to the candidates. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, I think I would request that before any modification is made to what has already been posted, that at a minimum the board receives those revisions so that there's some sense of consensus.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if there is a change to this, yes, absolutely, a draft goes to you.
Right. If you change this to say we're looking for someone that's going to commit for 5 years,
yeah,
I would be concerned that that's going to decrease our pool.
Right.
We may want that. I just think we should have a discussion.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, if it's something like that, I would want the board to take a position on it before we put it in. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Great. Got that. Now let's talk about the process. Okay. And we'll make sure to get the dates here. So the board has lots of options on what type of an interview process you would like to do. I want to take you through what we recommend, but at the same time, you're the board, you know your community, you know what works or doesn't work here, and we oftentimes vary from what we recommend because you're our boss and we do it as you wish to do. Our interview process is an all-day exercise with 2 or 3 candidates over 2 days. That's why we say 6 is the most we really want you to interview, because it's a very complete and intense process that has several aspects to it. We believe that board members make really good decisions for their next leader if they're able to have several venues of vision, or lenses, if you will, on their candidates. And those venues or those visions are the traditional interview, that's one. What we have found out, that's another one, what we found out through vetting. Another one is what your stakeholders think of the candidates. That's why we think it's a good idea to have stakeholders engaged in a confidential way, but not making decisions. Okay, I'll say that again. We think that stakeholders should be involved in the interview process, but you make the decisions. But they look at the candidates and they tell you what they think about each candidate. They tell you what the strengths and the concerns they see in each candidate. And we emphasize with them how important that is, that it's much more important for them to tell you what they see in the candidate, and for us to spend a lot of time with that. When we deliberate with you, we spend in the deliberations an hour or two about what your stakeholders saw. So that's another venue. We like the candidates to either perform for you or to do a written exercise for you, because we like to see them think on their feet and see how nimble they are. I love it when many of the ones I've done recently, we give the candidate a problem that's a real-life problem, and they have to prepare a board presentation on the PowerPoint, and they have to present it to you during the day at one point. Okay, so that's a whole nother view you get of the candidate. And then finally, and this is one that boards really like a lot, is we have a social component where we like for 2 or 3 board members at a time sit down and have either breakfast, coffee, or lunch with each candidate before you interview them and before they perform for you. So that's a lot, isn't it? And we're very unique in what we do, and that's why I think that we're successful, is that we really get you to see these candidates through 5 different lenses, through 5 different venues, if you will. But it takes a commitment on your part, pretty much a full 2-day commitment. And the candidates, we have to coach the candidates and let them know that, you know, they better get a good night's sleep the night before, because it's not just coming in for a interview. Many boards ask, if you have a stakeholder group, isn't that going to scare away sitting superintendents? Because many superintendents that are sitting superintendents will do it in confidence. Or in confidentiality. They don't want their district to know that they're looking elsewhere, because that may jeopardize them in that district. Some do and some don't, and it's, you know, totally understandable. I understand that entirely. We have our stakeholders sign a legal agreement that says that they're not going to share information either at any time, either during the interview process or after the interview process, about who they interviewed and what they did and what they thought about them. So we also have you do it on the paperwork end, and we have found that to be very successful. We've not had a problem with confidentiality in that process. But that's a question that a lot of boards have, is, boy, if we include a lot of people, won't that scare away some sitting superintendents? And in a district your size, you would like to have some sitting superintendents apply. I'm not saying you necessarily have to hire somebody who is a sitting superintendent, but most boards in districts this size would like to see some. So tonight we need direction from you about what you want us to prepare for. Do you want to do this sort of a system of having 5 different looks and venues, or do you want to do something less than that? So one board, I said to you, we like everything but the stakeholder group. Can you do that? And I said, sure, yeah. You know, we can do 4 out of 5. One group said we don't need a performance. You know, we just think that you know, that's going to be enough. I think now what I'll do is step back and let you have a discussion, and then just give us direction about what you would like to do. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Collegian, can you please give us a brief summary of past history? Let's say go back 2 superintendents. What was the process that the board used as far as committees? Did they do the paper cut themselves? Did they do a pre-interview committee? Did they meet just with the board members? Did the board members have multiple visits, as Mr. Hewitt said, doing lunch with them first, or just background, right off the top of your head?
I can, yeah. My comments will be on the last 2 searches we've done here in Central Unified. I would say that those 2 searches were more of a traditional nature, and didn't include all the components that Mr. Hewitt mentioned. They're the standard process of posting them in different venues. Yes, those processes were occurred, whether it was on EdJoin, EdCal, or other publications in terms of posting the position. Fast forwarding to the screening process, candidates brought to the school board, recommendations of which candidates should be interviewed, shared with the school board. Subsequent to that process, I'm sorry, I should back up a little bit. There is input sessions between posting the position and before the screening process of candidates, stakeholder input with labor groups, with administrators, with parents, and other community members, of course, which help develop the job description or the needs of the community in terms of what they're looking for their next superintendent. That ultimately turned into recommended candidates for interview. We have done a project in the past, whether it was a kind of a writing prompt on day of interview, in addition to standard questions. The last search we did consisted of questions only. Interviews took place on a Saturday with board members only. The prior process to this one I just spoke to was very, very similar. However, didn't include the components that Mr. Hewitt mentioned outside of the general traditional interview process.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your knowledge.
Thank you.
Just a statement to the board. I just wanted to give you a brief history of what we've done in the past. We are no way tied to that process. So just wanted to give you a format of what's going on. Questions from the board? Mr. Paul.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get my arms around the interview process itself. I'm not sure if I'm really clear on it. Can you just kind of take us through what that looks like? Sure. As far as what you're recommending and what you've seen successfully.
Yeah, I'll take you through a day.
Yeah.
Okay? I'll take you through a day as if I'm a candidate, because that helps. And it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle that we put together, and you'll have a schedule. Each of you will have your individual schedule, as does the candidate. So as a candidate, I come in at 7:30 in the morning, and I have breakfast with two of you. And then from there, I go and have a interview for an hour with a stakeholder panel of about anywhere from 10 to 15 people. And then I go ahead and have coffee with two of you, okay? And then after that, I go ahead and have lunch with 2 or 3 of you, not a majority of the board at any one point. During that time, I actually in the morning have an hour break, and I'm given the problem, whether it's going to be a written problem or a performance problem, to work on. And then I would, after lunch, if I'm the first candidate, I go right into that problem, and then I'm interviewed. That's about an hour-and-a-half session that happens. If I'm the second candidate, that's when I do my prep. And then I go ahead and go into the interview process, go into the performance, and then the interview process. So that's how it works. But there's a lot of moving parts, and so we have to plan it and schedule it and have schedules for everybody. But I'm a math science guy, so I kind of enjoy that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the meal thing, since there are 3 get-togethers for meals or coffee, that seems to be pretty important to you.
That's right.
Can you explain why?
Yeah, because we individually want you to get to know the candidates. Okay, we want you to be on almost a one-to-one basis with them. Some places have the whole board have a meal with the candidate. We've found that you will get to know the candidate better if it's more personal. And really, our founder, Tom Jacobson, pulled this from industry. He noticed that they did this very thing, is that they would have sessions of 2-on-1s, 1-on-1s, and lots of them. My son-in-law became a director for one of the universities in a leadership position. He said, he calls me Peepaw, sorry about that, but he said, it's a Southern term, that I had to go through like about a dozen of these little interviews where we had coffee and lunch, and I said, that's kind of what we do. So what boards have found on that is that they really appreciate it when they go in the interview because they kind of know the person. So when you go into an interview cold, you spend the first 15, 20 minutes just kind of figuring the personality out of the person. Well, you actually know the person a little bit when you when you watch them perform, and it's much more effective. So that's why we do that.
Any other questions? Mr. Cervantes?
No question. I just feel like on that stakeholder committee, it should be represented by somebody from the board, and I still think that.
Yeah, now I'll answer the question.
Okay, yeah.
So
And
this
is
is
that
typically
traditional?
this is typically what a stakeholder committee is. It's usually a balance between community and staff, with a student breaking the tie, if you will. So in a district this size, and sometimes we have two of them, by the way. Okay, I don't really think that's the best thing because it's nice for them all to be together. But in some bigger places, I've had two of them. And there's room in the schedule to have two of them. You just, So it's usually 7 staff, 7 parent and community members, and 1 student. The 7 staff typically, not always, but typically, the unions pick 3 teachers, 2 classified, and the board and or the administrators pick 1 site administrator and 1 district administrator. And that's how, and then the parents, it's done a variety of ways. Sometimes, in many districts, the board members want to pick somebody from their area. You have 7 of you. You could each pick 1 from your area, and you'd have, could be a parent or a community member, and you'd have at least geographical coverage, of your parents. Other places, they have special interests that they want to make sure get a chance, to be a part of that process. They want to hear from, one district really wanted, it was a K-8, and they really wanted to hear what the superintendent of the high school district thought of the candidates. I thought that was kind of cool, so that was one of the spots. But should you choose to do that, we do tonight need to talk a little bit about how do you want to staff up the committee, because you have to appoint them at that meeting because they're a committee of the board. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I have 2 questions or 2 comments. One, what is the selection process for student, parents, things of that nature, and who's making that decision? As you alluded to 7 and 7 and 1 and et cetera.
That's your choice.
That's our choice, okay.
That's your responsibility. I've had boards pull them out of a hat because they wanted to be equitable to everybody. They put out a notice saying to parents and community, anybody that wants to be on this committee, turn your name in, and then we're going to pick 7 names out of the hat. Yep. Okay. I've had board members take responsibility for it. That's not an unusual one, where they pick 1 from their area, and then they choose how they want to do that. Sometimes a board member will say, I want to give this opportunity to everybody. I'm going to pick somebody out of the hat from my group, okay?
Well, I feel strongly about the fact that I believe that in this case it would be board chair, because that's his role or her role, to represent as a stakeholder at that committee. And I think it's imperative that we have somebody, in this case, Mr. Collegian, based on his HR experiences, to also be there to also represent the district side on the administration level.
Yeah.
And as 2 stakeholders, I'm curious to see what the rest of the board feels like, but I feel like as a board, we've had lengthy discussions on what we're looking for and what we would like to have and what we inspire to hire. And if we're not at the table, we don't have a voice. So I think it's imperative that our leadership, in this case, Mr. Solis, is there. And if the board deems someone else besides Mr. Solis, I'm open to that as well. But because we have voted him in as a board chair, that's kind of typically one of his responsibilities, to represent the board as a whole.
I did have one group that had the board chair on the stakeholder panel. And I have lots of different thoughts about that. It worked. It worked fine. Typically, we don't do that because we want the stakeholder panel to have an independent voice on what they see. Remember, they're not telling you who to hire. They're not ordering them. They're not giving you a rank filing. They're not saying yes on this one and no on this one. They're simply saying, here are the strengths that I see this candidate have, and here are the concerns. Now, it may be evident who it is they like the best, but we don't want them to get positional because that's your job. So there is some protection in that regard in the decision making for the board. But I have to admit, I did have one board that did exactly what you were saying. They wanted to have the chairperson on that panel, and you know, it might have been the personality too, that person was so gregarious and so well respected that the panel was fine with it. You know, they were fine with it. Yeah. I didn't mention we usually do have one student on it too, and most boards have a board rep. I think you do not have a board rep, right? Yeah. Okay. So that would be an interesting thing, how you might decide who that was going to be. Probably would be a student body leader.
Are you through, Mr. Cervantes? Yes, sir. Mrs. Creel, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a question and a couple of comments, but to address Trustee Cervantes' concern, and maybe this will help clarify, the stakeholder committee is separate and apart from the interviews that this board would be conducting.
That's right. You have your own interview.
The proposal would be, okay, so you understood that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily then want a board member in that committee, because the whole purpose is for us to receive their feedback versus the potential influence by our board. And I'm not going to support a process that would take away that final decision from this board. I think the board needs to be the one conducting the interviews and making that decision. I have a couple of concerns, though, with respect to coffee or meals or being outside of the formal interview session. And so I would just want to get some feedback as to how you prepare not only our stakeholder panel, but also our board, to ensure that during these more social and less formal situations, we're not engaging in conversations or soliciting information that then would result in us having not confidential, but information that's protected under federal and state law. And now if we decide not to interview that person, or we don't select them, we were asking all these personal questions about their protected characteristics. So can you just tell us a little bit about that process and how we ensure that even as we're developing questions and we're engaging with these candidates, that we are not creating potential exposure?
So we've done this for a long time, and your point's a very good one. It's an excellent one. We have a do's and don'ts. We actually have a little training that we do at the next board meeting. It's a handout that we say, here are the things you can do during that time, and here are the things you must not do. The things that you must not do are talk about a person's sexuality preferences. You're not supposed to overly focus on where they're going to live, whether it's in the district or not, because California law doesn't permit that. It does, and we really don't want you to have an interview of your own. We want you to have a conversation with them, and the do's that we say is, what we think is best is to let them just talk about themselves. We also coach, and you talk about yourself. We want you to get to know each other as people, and we coach the candidates on what to do on this as well. Is it perfect? It never is perfect, but I have to say that we haven't had a problem with it here in California. I've had some HR folks say, oh, how can you do that, Well, you have to do it carefully, but it's not illegal to get to know a candidate before you interview them. It is not good to have different interview standards for different candidates, and that's what I have to caution you on. If you start having an interview in your meeting, like what would you do about this, what would you do about that, then that can lead to problems. But if you're just having a coffee, a meal, a social time to get to know each other, then that's okay. We're not the only firm that does that now. There's a couple of firms now that have the social component. I think we have a more individualized one.
Thank you. The only thing I would want to make sure that we all are in agreement, I know during our initial session we talked about having interviews over a 2-day period. If the majority of the board decides, or unanimously, to have a stakeholder panel, And in addition to our interviews, that we agree that that panel needs to be available to participate both days, just as we commit and agree to participate both days, so we can ensure consistency during this whole process.
And that is a requirement. That is a requirement. We require that. We require that if you're on the panel or on the board, that you must interview all the candidates the same way. Yeah, otherwise you can't participate.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to the idea of the stakeholder. I think you still called it an interview, even though it's not an interview for employment.
No, the stakeholder panel is an interview.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Right.
they create their own questions and
Right.
they interview. Uh-huh.
Correct, but that's not the basis for selection, it's input.
It is not.
Correct, okay.
Yeah, we have a whole format where they fill out what the strengths and the concerns are, and then usually one of us facilitates the meeting when we come up with those notes.
Yeah, I think I would agree with Trustee Carrillo that to have a board member there might dampen the conversation a little bit, or might steer it a certain way, and I would want to get independent response from them. That's just my opinion.
Any other questions or statements from the board? All right, how would you like to proceed on, are we going to have a stakeholder panel first or not? What's the consensus?
I mean, I'm not the consensus, but I'm one vote, and I would encourage that we do have a panel. This decision is going to influence our community, and not just us, so I think it would be worthwhile providing them an opportunity to be at the table again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Would this stakeholder panel be covered by the Brown Act?
Yes, they have to follow the Brown Act.
I heard what the other board members said about getting a commitment from the individuals to be there for the multiple days, if it takes multiple days to do that panel. It really is going to depend on the number of applicants we have. But let's say worst case scenario, not worst case, but it's going to take more time. We have several candidates. Basically, there's no way we can enforce that they have to be there. And if they're not going to be there, then we're going to be running into the same problems that one of our other committees ran into, that there's not a quorum to do business. So does any of the staff out there have a way, or Mr. Wyatt, to address that? I want the committee to move, or the panel to be able to move forward regardless if it's on the second day and only half of them show up.
President Solis, I'm not sure that we would be dealing with the quorum issue. I mean, I think the concern would be consistency.
Mr. Wyatt, are we going to have that issue or not?
We haven't had much problem with it. We've had a little bit of problem with it. So what we recommend is that you have some alternates, that you have a few alternates, because things come up in life. We're going to put this group together. You will, vote on them. That's one reason why I like to have everything happen in 1 week, because not too much time passes between. But we've had sometimes to have to call the alternate in. But we are adamant that you have to have the same people there on both days, and the board as well. Yeah, that you have to be there, because that's one of the no-nos in HR, is that if you have some people, if you have one group of people judging candidates and then another group of people judging the same candidates, it's just not fair.
Ms. Creel, did you have anything to add?
I wanted to mention that people take this really seriously. They know how important it is, and we talk to them at the get-go saying you've got to do it. And I know that the teachers in the classified unions, that's usually how boards staff the teacher positions and the classified positions. They ask the unions to suggest people. They're real serious about it. They want to have their best people, and they want those people there. Same with administrators. We do have some cases where people in the public We have, to be honest, a couple of times I've had to go with one less or two less community people because they didn't show up. And then we try to get the alternate in, and sometimes we're successful, and sometimes we're one short.
Thank you. Any statements? I still have my concern. And my concern is, and it all depends on which way the board goes. Some people, and I'm sure Mr. Hewitt would say the more the merrier, then they probably would sign off on a huge committee or a huge stakeholder group to meet. Unfortunately, the reality is when you do that, you start having problems with people showing up. That's been my experience. So, is there a consensus that we want to have a stakeholder group review the candidates? And then they're going to bring us a summary of their the candidates' positives or negatives to the board, and then the board will do an interview with the candidates. I'm seeing shaking heads.
I mean, I said yes.
Okay. So that's a majority, you want that, correct? Okay, now we're moving forward that we're going to have the stakeholders committee.
I also want to mention that there is a lot of evidence that by doing this, your superintendent gets off to a good start. And that's part of our program too. You know, we come back afterwards and help you set the goals for the superintendent. So when we're finished with the interview and you've selected the person and signed them up, we still come back and help you set up goals a little bit later to get off to a good start. We really like to have superintendents in the positions for a long time, just like your community wants. And so this helps. Okay, let's talk the last thing, two last things we need to do. How do you want to go ahead and comprise the stakeholder panel?
This is where you chime in what I said before. What's your ideal size of a stakeholder panel?
Pardon me? I missed
What's the ideal number that you're looking for?
I didn't get that.
Can you provide
I think
recommendations?
for a district your size, you're going to need 15. I really do. You don't want to go higher than that, but that gives every person a chance to ask a question. Usually we're able to get 15 questions in an hour. And that gives, it matches up well with your staffing and with, how you're set up.
Ms. Creel, did you have a statement?
No, I was just going to say for him to provide us the recommendation, but if we're talking about a panel, I mean, I like the idea similar to what we did with the naming committee. Each one of us gets to select one individual. Mm-hmm. We can develop a quick submission form in which they can submit their interest, and we'll make those decisions and review them.
All right.
That assures that you have geographic coverage. Yeah.
Can you help us with the form, with lining us out on, or do we have something like that in place?
You'd have something, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
A sample?
We can help you with that.
All right. What about our representatives from or labor partners? I have a concern. I don't want to pick them. I mean, I don't have a problem with saying that the labor or labor groups should have a seat. I think they should, but I don't know if I would feel comfortable picking that individual, that we leave it up to the organization to pick their own individual. Is there agreement in that, consensus in that?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we give them a seat and then they select.
Okay. So with that, we have two major labor groups that would be there, so there's going to be 2 seats that we automatically give them. There is the proposal by Mr. Cervantes. What do you guys want to do with that? He's saying that he wants the HR person there and myself. You want both of us, one of us, or none of us?
I would say no. I think we can discuss what other administration we want there, but I don't think we should be at that stakeholder. We get to control the decision. We get to ask different questions. Mm-hmm. But I'm one vote.
Comments? Mr. Paul? Okay. Mr. Maley?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. So what you're thinking is we should we pick 2 people and then our 2 labor, our CUDA and other CSEA will have a seat as well, so it'd be a total of 16. Is that what you're thinking?
So what normally happens is the 3 teacher positions, the teachers union picks, positions, the CSEA, or if you have more than one, and then administration, oftentimes the board picks one and the administrators pick a principal. That's what normally happens. You mentioned that you'd like to have the HR person. Oh, like that. The HR, I have had several where the board said she would really like to have our HR person on that panel. Some don't want to do that because they want to leave it in the hands of the administrators in the district office, and they let them get together and elect somebody.
Okay, I guess we'll go at it one at a time. Do we have consensus from the group that our HR representative should have a seat? Do I hear a no?
Well,
No.
I think the example given to us, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, just trying to understand, is that commonly what you do is you go to the administrative staff and say, pick someone.
Right. That's most common what we do.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm fine with that.
One from the district office and one from the sites.
Okay, thank you.
On this side?
Yeah, I'm fine with allowing the district office to select someone, or we select someone from the district office, and they select a principal.
Okay, I keep hearing the word district office. Who are we talking about who's going to make this decision?
Get all your administrators together in the district office, and then all your administrative staff in the district office, and then let them decide. Or if you have somebody in particular that you think should do it, then I've had some boards say, no, I really want this person to be on from the district staff. But that does not empower your district office staff to make a choice.
So do we feel comfortable either A, we take a vote on if Mr. Kanchishan is the individual, or do you want to just defer it? I hear that as being an option to the administrative team to choose someone.
Or asking if any of them are interested. My concern would be if any of our administrators are applying for this position and we appoint them to sit on that stakeholder committee, they can't sit in that committee. So that's where I'm coming from.
I didn't catch that last part. They can't what?
They're not going to be able to sit on the stakeholder panel if they are applicants for the position.
Oh, yeah.
So I would say if we want to ask any of them to let us know if they're interested, it doesn't need to be now. They can email the board president and we can make a selection from those who say, I would like to sit on this committee.
Okay, you just backed away from your original position that we would let staff decide who it is. Now you're saying we're going to pick the staff, whoever volunteers. Those are two different things.
I said for the principal.
I'm talking about the administrative team right now.
Okay, I would say that the board selects.
Okay, so let's clarify this then. Right now, we're only talking about the administrative team and their seat. We got one board member that's saying to appoint. That's one way of doing it. The other way is we refer it to the administrative team to make a decision. Just for me, I support that this board appoints somebody. Is there consensus? We just take a vote and see whether we have someone from the administrative team.
I want to say something about the appointment, because it is a little different. That, you know, your administrative team works closely with you, and you may have a real interest in what somebody on that administrative team, how they work with you. You may really want to know what they think about the candidates because of how they're going to work with them, and also because of their insights that you feel that they might have. So it's not unusual at all for a board to appoint the person from the district staff. Usually the principals is picked by the principals. I think you're probably all together on that. So this question you're asking right now can go either way.
Yeah, but
and
right now you're getting to mixing apples and oranges. And because of that, it's taking longer. The night's getting longer here.
Yeah.
I want to make a decision
Okay.
on, right now, we're
Good.
only talking about the administrative team. We can have the discussion about principals after we decide this.
Okay.
So now, for the administrative team person, you want to take a vote? You want to nominate somebody?
I'm the only one that presented an opposing position, so I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So then I come
We got
back, unless somebody's going to speak up, which it sounds like there isn't going to be, I'll nominate Mr. Chakajian.
I think that's where then I had a different position and a different idea. Yes, this board appoints that administrator, but I was suggesting that we solicit from them whether any of them are interested in sitting on that committee. I don't have any nominations at this time. So if that's the nomination, it'll need to come back for a future meeting for formal action. This is an information item.
True. Disagree with the first part, agree with the second part. Yes, it has to be an action item. So either way, we're coming out. I was trying to make this thing move so we can move with forming up the stakeholder panel.
For the administration position, could we have like an interest form? I'll be honest, I'm getting messages from staff, from administrative members, at least expressing some of their interests, and maybe we just create a kind of more formalized process that we could capture that and then come back and have just a system to do that properly.
I think we can request an email from the administrative team if they're interested, and if they want to state their reasons, they can state their reasons. I'm really not interested in doing another questionnaire to go out.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what happens. When you appoint somebody, you say, who's interested? And then the board gets together and say, we've got these 3 people interested. Who's going to serve? Who do we think would serve our needs the best for information we need to know? And it won't be a big deal.
All right. So we're going to have our administrative team is going to be requested, or we'll have an email sent out to them requesting if they're interested to serve on this stakeholder panel. And if they want, they can put a paragraph on why they're interested in it. And then we'll bring that back to the next scheduled meeting. Then we move on to the next level. How are we going to choose the delegates from the principals? Same thing?
I thought we said administration would select their principal representative.
The administrative team?
Wasn't that the recommendation, or we
Yeah,
select?
usually what happens is the site administrators get together and they pick somebody.
I'm trying to tiptoe around the issue of that our current superintendent, I would assume, is going to be applying for the position. So I'm sort of leery of having her have input on who these panel people are going to be. Now, if you're saying it's going to be the administrative team that's going to make a recommendation or choose the principals, I'm fine with that.
That's what I heard the recommendation. I have no
Yeah.
problem with it. I wasn't thinking our acting superintendent would make the decision. I was thinking we have area administrators that can make the selection.
Once a month?
Yes.
They do, right? So when they get together, they select somebody.
All righty. So they're going to bring us a proposal for our names or choose the principal they want. Our administrative team is going to give us a couple of emails of who's interested, and we're going to choose one of those.
That's right.
The labor partners are going to choose their own. We're going to give them how many seats? 1 each or 2 each?
Typically, it's 1 each.
Okay, 1 each.
Yeah, one from the district and one from the sites for your administrators, right? And 2 classified and 3 teachers. That gives you 7 on that side of the equation.
Back that.
Okay, so you're going to have 2 classified employees, right?
Yes,
And your unions, do you have 1 union or 2 unions for classifieds?
1.
Okay, so let them pick 2. And then you have 3 teachers, and let the teachers, unions pick the 3 teachers.
Fine, got that. All right.
Okay?
Okay,
however-
hold on, wait a minute. I understood that the 7 would be a student, 2 CSCA, 2 CUDA members, and a cabinet/admin that the board would select, and we would have a principal selected by our area administrators.
So here's this. I think we're saying the same thing, but let me be clear. Okay. So here are the committee is 15, 7 staff members, 1 student, and 7 community members. Okay. Right. Right.
What was the,
7. Okay. The committee is 15 people.
okay,
All right. 7 staff members, 7 employees. Okay, 1 student, and 7 people from the community, whether they be parents or community. The 7 employees are comprised of 2 classified employees, 3 teachers, or 3 certificated employees, and 2 administrators. That's how that 7 is made up, correct?
okay, that's your recommendation.
That's our recommendation, yeah. You can change that, but that's what we normally do. That's our recommendation. And the only reason teachers get 3 is because there's more of them. You know, there's quite a bit of them, and so that's why that's that.
I would recommend that we do 2 CSCA, 2 CUDA. We can reserve 1 seat if there's any department that we want represented on this committee, plus the admin and the principal.
So you would do 2 classified, 2 teachers, and 3 administration.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Cervantes.
I kind of like the 3 teachers, 1 elementary, 1 middle school, 1 high school.
And that's what we
It's
kind of
representative
encourage
of all
them to
3
do.
sectors of our student body.
I disagree, so we're 1-to-1. I don't know if anyone else has an opinion.
Okay. We need to move forward with a consensus of how we're going to have the committee made up. We have Ms. Carrillo's proposal, we have Mr. Cervantes' proposal, and we have our personnel experts' opinion. How do you want to go forward as a board?
Also, just throwing this out, we're not limited to 15. I mean, if to do what Mr. Cervantes is saying and to do what, Trustee Cervantes saying, Trustee Carrillo is saying, we could increase it to 17, which would give the extra member from potentially that sort of administrative staff, and while maintaining the 3 teachers, the 3 CSEA.
We can also sleep on it since we're not taking action today and at the next meeting for further discussion.
Absolutely fair.
No, but I think some of you do.
All right, well, then basically we've broken it down into 2 sections. One would be the staff, the employees, and then we're going to have our community partners. How are we going to choose the community partners? Let's just say we have consensus how we're going to do the staff, which we don't, but let's say we do. Now dividing it up, how are we going to choose the community partners?
I recommend we send out a Google form. They identify who they are, why they want to sit on the committee, if they're a parent, if they're just a community member, and each person will then make a decision as to who they're going to appoint, but each board member on this board gets 1 individual.
Thank you. That's pretty much how we've done things in the past. Is there any concerns about that, or is there agreement on that? I'm seeing consensus, so we just keep that part the same. We'll go ahead and have staff send out or write up a application like we did the renaming committee and see who brings it back, and from there we'll choose from there. All righty? And want to warn people, if we do it that way, the number of return applications is going to dictate how big this committee is going to be. Because you can say you wanted 17, and if you only get one response, that's pretty much what you're stuck with. Because we're up against the clock here trying to move this item forward. So be prepared. We'll go ahead and do that. Is there any debate or questions, conversations about how we're going to have this committee actually do their function? He was saying that they want them to have coffee, tea, whatever.
No, I think this committee is just a panel that meets with the applicants one at a time and provides the feedback. They're not part of having the coffee, the meals.
That's
Okay.
correct. They are a traditional interview panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's fine.
I like that.
Then with that, I'll go ahead and table this item to the next agenda. And then at that time, we'll see what we have. And hopefully the staff can draw up a application similar to the renaming committee, and we can send it out to the public and see who responds.
Excellent. Yeah, and we do have quite a bit of time. I mean, you'll have another board meeting between now and when we meet again, when we meet with you, I'm sure. You have a second board meeting this coming month?
Yeah.
And an early one in April, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
All
you have
right.
lots of chances. Okay.
Any
All
other
right.
questions?
That's always a little arduous, but it's good to do it, and I think you'll find that it works very well, and you'll appreciate when you get the feedback from all of them. The only thing that we have left tonight is to try to tie down the last time we meet with you, the third meeting that we meet with you, and that's that special board meeting. We would recommend either Monday or Tuesday of that week of April 25th. So I think, anybody have a calendar? I think the 25th is a Monday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So we would recommend either we have a special board meeting from, I don't know, 6 to 9 or whenever you want to do it on the 25th. And then I would recommend that you interview on the 29th and 30th, which I think is a Friday and a Saturday.
Correct.
We oftentimes do Friday and Saturday because board members only want to miss one day of work if they work a traditional 5-day job.
Mr. Cervantes?
The 30th, April.
You have a commitment on the 30th, okay?
I won't be able to make it.
Yeah, okay. Then Thursday and Friday would be fine as well.
Thursday, Friday?
I can't do Thursday.
I've done them on Friday and Monday too.
7th of May?
6th and the 7th and 8th of May?
Or you have down here the 6th and the 7th.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, if you want to move it back a week to the 6th and the 7th, we could do that as well. It just means that you'd probably have to approve the person on the 24th of May.
My mic, does the approval have to occur during a regular
It
scheduled board
does.
meeting?
It does. Yeah, and it takes a little bit of time to get the contract ironed out.
So what days are we looking at, folks?
Can everybody do it on the 6th and 7th of May?
Yes, I can.
So can I.
I can do it.
Then I think that's when we're going to do it. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I know it's a little bit cumbersome and it takes a little longer than I always think it will, but you did a nice job with it, and we're really motivated to have a great group of candidates and an excellent process for you. Any other questions? All right.
Any other questions from the board?
All right. Thank you very much.
Sir. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
The next item is advanced planning, and it's attached. There's no changes, so it's good to go.
Okay. Next item is going to be O, additional information and closing comments. Ms. Davis?
No other news.
No? Okay, board, you're up, or are you tuckered out? Any comments? None. Moving on. Next meeting will be March 22nd, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? Roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes? Trustee Chan?
Yes.
Trustee Mayling?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes?
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you and good night.
Get out there and